Okay, it should be live. Let me see, do I hear myself? Okay, it should be live. Okay, so we should be live now. Hey Joey, good evening. Let's see. I need to do something here real quick. Okay. Hey Ty. So, a lot of people in the Discord, well actually no, it's not really the Discord, it's mostly people on Reddit have been asking about AI stuff. So, I'm trying to put together a series of videos. Oh wait, why are we on this? That's not what I wanted to show. That's not what I want to show either. There we go. Wow, this was so not planned. You guys can probably already tell. So basically, I've been getting a lot of requests on Reddit from the recent video that I did pertaining to AI and how to set that up. So I'm going to try to do more content on AI because I feel like that seems to be a topic of interest for a lot of people. Yeah, I'm just looking at the delay here. Did I set this up wrong? No, it's on low. It's on low latency. So I don't normally use this computer to live stream. This is the test bench computer equipped with the 7950X3D. For those that are curious, actually the full. I think I might have the wrong system specs in the description. Yeah, so the description of this video is actually featuring the stream PC. So I'm not actually using the stream PC, but that's fine, whatever. The 7950X3D is more than enough to do that. But I am streaming using the... And I've got the box here. It's a very heavy box. The RTX... You guys can barely see it because I don't have good lighting from this computer. GeForce... You can barely see that. GeForce RTX 4090. So I've got the box. Still has the seal, the sealed tape on it because I didn't tear it. It said tear, I didn't tear it. I managed to open it without tearing the tear pull straps or whatever. Anyway, so I am going to be looking at AI, and I know that currently, right now, as we talked about in the previous live stream, NVIDIA's CUDA architecture is very dominant, but they're not the only game in town when it comes to AI. They are definitely the leader as of right now, but part of the reason why I got the 4090 is to test that claim, to see how much better are they in AI workloads compared to AMD. Because so far, most of what I have done is with the 6900 XT and the 7900 XTX, and a little bit with the RTX 3090 Ti. Oh, 4090 is so nice, to be honest. I just wish it was a bit cheaper. Yeah, it's overpriced. For a gaming-centric product, it is overpriced. But, as I said yesterday in the stream, I kind of showed that it's actually not overpriced when it comes to other applications, for other workloads. In a way, it's kind of at a discounted price compared to how much you have to spend if you want a 48 gigabyte 4090 Ti, for example. Well, it's not called 4090 Ti, it's called RTX 6000. But in general, you're saving a lot of money by getting one of these. Now, the downside is, obviously, 24 gigabytes of VRAM is not very much for a lot of AI workloads. But it is kind of a bargain price compared to a lot of other professional options. Is the game audio, like... I can't tell which game audio is playing. I have two desktop audios. I don't understand why there's two of them. I didn't expect to stream from this computer, so you have to bear with me. There's a lot of random stuff in here that's not optimized for streaming. I didn't even have the microphone set up. I had to kind of like pull that over and get that set up real quick. But yeah, for AI stuff, this card is a good value. The alternative would be a used 3090 or a 3090 Ti, or something from AMD. And if none of the above apply, the alternative would actually be a kind of, what do I want to say here? The alternative would be something like a cloud-provided service. So something from Google's cloud, or something that you can like rent per hour or month or whatever. I don't know exactly how they do it in terms of the tiered service, but the AI stuff is kind of like all over the place right now. And I know it's so in demand that there are people that are buying up these GPUs just for AI. And that's why I ultimately decided to get one, because I didn't want to be in the situation where we kind of suffered for the last 2 years, almost 2.5 years, basically all of 2021 and half of 2022, and the tail end of 2020 was a terrible time to be in the market for a GPU. And I didn't want to be in the situation where I didn't have an ADA card from NVIDIA that was high enough or high-end enough to be able to really test all these claims, if that makes sense. Because I don't think that the 12 gigabyte cards from NVIDIA are going to be going anywhere anytime soon. Like I don't think we have to worry about that. If you're somebody who buys in the 4070 price tier or lower, you don't have anything to worry about. It's not going to be like it was with crypto, at least with the AI stuff. The AI stuff is pretty much going to gobble up all the big VRAM cards. So, yeah, you're impressed. You're really impressed I got a 4090? Yeah. But remember, like I said, I did not get this card for gaming. So, I'm doing this one-time stream. The reason why I'm doing this stream is to make sure the card's not defective. I want to make sure that I can play a game on it. It's not going to crash. It doesn't have defective VRAM. Doesn't have defective cores or a VRM. That's why I'm putting it through its paces now, so I don't have to, return it or RMA it or that sort of thing. So that's kind of what the purpose of this is. To make sure everything works. And I can see right now, I'm just looking down at it, 'cause it's on the floor, the PC, so you guys can see the camera. Here, let me make this a little bit larger for now. So you can see, this is the PC. You can see the Steel Legends RGB lights there, and then we've got the GeForce RTX 4090. You can see my finger right here. So my PC is on the floor. Yes, I know, it's a carpeted floor. I always have my PCs on the floor. I don't put them up on the desk. I think it's a waste of desk space, to be honest, but I totally understand that some people like to see their PC builds next to them. But if you put it on the floor, especially if it's on carpet, you're not going to have to worry about like coil whine. It's far enough away from you. You wouldn't notice any of that stuff. And this Founders Edition card, speaking of coil whine, it does exhibit some coil whine at very high frame rate, like, 130 plus FPS, and you've got coil whine on this card. So that is kind of unfortunate. That is not a reason to return it. At least I don't think so, because I keep the card far enough away from me on the floor that it's not really going to be a problem. So just wanted to point that out. So it's not like it's a flawless card. I mean, it does have coil whine, but that's kind of a mixed bag of, I don't want to say silicon lottery, but you never know. You might get one with coil whine, you might get one with terrible coil whine, you might get one that has no coil whine. Yours are on the floor. You set them on cardboard or wood. Mine's literally on the carpet. It's literally on the carpet. Now, what I do, So when I build my PCs, I always build them so that the fan, I guess I can try to, well, I don't want to move the camera because it's going to be annoying to try to get it back in frame. But I always have the power supply fan is always facing in toward the case. I don't have the power supply facing to the ground. So the intake fan is in the case, not on facing the floor. So that way I can set it on the carpet. I don't have to worry about it. So I don't have to worry about my power supply overheating because I'm not choking it. So you have to understand like how to build the PC properly if you're going to do stuff like setting it on carpet. So anyway, do I get coil whine when you limit the FPS? No. It is only when it is exceeding 100 FPS that you'll notice the coil whine. But again, like in my case, that could probably be a problem if I had the computer on the desk next to me and I don't have it next to me. So that's why it doesn't really bother me. But that is a little unfortunate because the Sapphire Nitro XTX that I have does not have coil whine. Because I've tested the exact same games. If I play the game at 1080p, both cards are exceeding well over 100 FPS in most games at 1080p. So you're bound to hear coil whine if the FPS goes really high. But the Sapphire Nitro that I have, it doesn't make any coil whine. The Power Color Red Devil had a little bit of coil whine, kind of like this card. But this card is more noticeable, so I don't know. Yeah, Sapphire, in my mind, Sapphire is the best brand in terms of the AIBs when it comes to AIB cards. So you guys know, like, I personally prefer to get the reference cards. I always opt for reference cards over AIB. Like, I'll prioritize... I said this in the 4090 launch. I prioritize the NVIDIA Founders Edition over every other AIB card. Like, the second one would be either Zotac or PNY. And then the alternative after that would be whichever one I didn't choose. So it could be NVIDIA, followed by PNY, followed by Zotac. Or NVIDIA, followed by Zotac, followed by PNY. I don't buy Asus. I'll never buy an Asus graphics card ever again. And I had one, and I'll never buy another one. It was an AMD Radeon 7970 Matrix Platinum. That was the one and only time I'll ever get an Asus card, so never again. MSI, I had a GTX 970. I don't have a problem with MSI. It's just because MSI makes both AMD and NVIDIA, they automatically go to the back of the line in my book. You have to be an exclusive partner for me to consider you for a graphics card. And if you're on NVIDIA, if you're a GeForce manufacturer, you are basically competing with NVIDIA directly, and I personally prefer NVIDIA. And based off of the comments that I got on my unboxing video of the NVIDIA Founders Edition, I think there's a lot of people that share the exact same opinion as myself, that they would prefer, if given the option, they would choose the NVIDIA Founders Edition any day of the week over any sort of AIB alternative. So that says a lot. Now, when it comes to AMD, it's kind of a different story, because AMD, they do make reference cards. However, I do feel like most of the time, the AIB partners, at least the exclusive partners like Sapphire, for example, they go above and beyond and actually improve upon AMD's reference design. Whereas I think if you're someone who builds GeForce cards like Zotac or, any of them really, you're going to have a really hard time trying to outdo NVIDIA at its own game, because NVIDIA has gotten really good at making their reference cards.
So long as the audience thinks that seeing is believing.
Sapphire and ASRock. ASRock's good, but ASRock hasn't been around as long as the others. So in my mind, the way I would rank the Radeon AIBs, Sapphire's first. Second is going to come down to personal preference. From my experience, Power Color is probably the second best in terms of reliability and the overall design. The third one would be XFX, and then fourth would be ASRock. Although ASRock, I was pretty impressed with ASRock's Phantom Gaming 7600 that I got. That one was pretty good. Let me turn this down. I think this music might be a little too loud. But yeah, it goes in that order. It's basically Sapphire AMD, or I guess AMD then followed by Sapphire. I don't know. It's kind of hard because Sapphire is really, really good. Sapphire, let me put it this way. If Sapphire was manufacturing cars, they would give Toyota a run for its money. That's how good Sapphire graphics cards are in terms of their quality. I'll go so far as to say that. So Sapphire, it's tough to beat Sapphire as an AIB. I feel like the exclusive partners like XFX and Power Color, they kind of, you know, they have an uphill battle competing with Sapphire. Let's be honest, Sapphire's pretty good. He's had great results with ASRock customer service to send me that fan and to actually speak to a human. You're talking about Sapphire? Sapphire's going to send you the fan, not ASRock, because you're talking about the Nitro. So for those that don't know, RK got a Nitro Plus XTX that has the middle fan spinning the same way as the left and the right fan. So if we go to, let me kind of show that off, what we're talking about here. So RX 700 XTX. So this GPU, well actually we can go right here. Here, let me share the screen. Okay. So this GPU is the one that we're referring to, for those that are wondering. So this card, if you notice, let's look at this picture. So the middle fan spins a different way. It basically spins backwards compared to the other two. So the left and the right spin one way, and the other one, because of the way the blades are set up on the center fan, it spins the opposite direction. So RK ended up getting a 7900 XTX Nitro that actually has the center fan oriented in the exact same fashion as the left and the right fans. So that's what ended up happening. So they're gonna send a fan that basically spins the other way. So yeah, Sapphire is good. So for those that don't know, Sapphire's customer support in North America is run by a company called Athlon Micro. So their support is extremely good. I had to deal with them one time for a reference graphics card that they were willing to RMA, but then I figured out that I didn't need to RMA it. I figured out that my power supply was the problem. So this was a Vega 64. Years ago, I had a... Let's see. I had this graphics card, the Vega 64, and I would start playing Final Fantasy 15, and I would start benchmarking it, and there was a point in the benchmark where Noctis and the other party members, like, they duck behind this statue to protect themselves from an explosion. When that explosion happened, literally every time that explosion would happen, my PC would shut off. My PC would literally turn off like there was a power outage. It would just shut off. It was like click and it turns off every single time. So I opened a case with Sapphire. I told them something's weird. I don't know if there's like some kind of messed up VRM or something that's triggering like OCP. So they were like, okay, we can RMA the graphics card, even though it was an AMD reference card. So this is through Athlon Micro. However, I did some researching before I sent it back to them. I found out, I read a forum post from Johnny Guru's website, and they were talking about Vega 64 and massive power spikes causing the OCP to trip on some power supplies. And the power supply that I had was a Seasonic Prime Titanium. Let me see if I can find that. Seasonic Prime Titanium 1000 watt. So this one. So I had this power supply, and this power supply couldn't handle the Vega 64's power excursions. Even though this is a Seasonic titanium, it's 80 plus titanium, not 80 plus gold, not 80 plus platinum, 80 plus titanium, which is the highest rated 80 plus, what do you call it, rating. So anyway, this power supply couldn't handle the Vega 64's noise on the 12 volt rail, so it would shut off the computer. So I thought I needed to RMA the graphics card, but I was like, wait, no, let me try a different power supply. So I pulled out my 850 watt XFX power supply, and that one didn't have a problem. So I told Athlon Micro, I was like, okay, I think I figured it out. I think it's actually the power supply. So I closed out the case, so I didn't have to RMA the Sapphire reference card at all, because it was a power supply thing. So I've been aware of like power supplies tripping OCP off of power spikes for years because of that experience. And that's the reason why when people are running into this problem with the 3080 Ti and the 3090 Ti and even the 3090, I already knew what the problem was. I knew it was the power supply. So that's the reason why I don't buy Seasonic power supplies. Never again. Don't buy these, and I don't buy Asus graphics cards either. You wish the AI bubble would pop already. You want a 4090, but the FE are so hard to come by. Best Buy gets one shipment per month. You have to just pay attention. So like in my case, I got it from Best Buy. I saw it come in stock. Actually, in my case, I saw it come in stock like 5 different times over the course of the last 3 months. So I could have bought this thing 3 months ago, but I kept on, you know, basically rationalizing, no, it's too much money, no, you can put that money to other things. So that's what I would do for the last 3 months. Like, I constantly had it in my cart, and I literally could have just clicked checkout, but I wouldn't do it. So this time around, I was like, there's GPU shortages coming. People are going to start buying up 24 gigabyte cards from both AMD and NVIDIA, and NVIDIA's not manufacturing any more Ada Lovelace consumer cards for the rest of the year because they're so backed up on trying to deliver on the lead times for the professional market. So when I figured that, I'm like, okay, maybe I need to pull the trigger on this thing while I have the chance. It's like, do you want to get in the lifeboat or do you want to stay on the Titanic? You know what I'm saying? It was one of those kind of decisions, so I'm like, let's get in the lifeboat while we can. So that's why I got it. So I ordered this thing on Thursday of last week. So it was literally 9 days ago. I purchased it off of Best Buy's website. It told me that it was estimated like literally yesterday, but it actually came in early, and I picked it up this past Monday. So I've actually had this card for a few days now. Just haven't gotten around to being able to do much with it. So let's go to the RTX 4090 review. I don't know if I'm going to do a review, to be honest. I think the card has been in the market long enough now where if I do a review, it'll be redundant with a lot of other reviewers. So, I don't know. Do you guys want me to review the card? I'll do it if you guys want me to review the card. But I'm only going to test 4K resolution. I will not test 1080p, nor will I test 1440p. If I am going to review this card, I will review it at the resolution that I believe it's designed for, which is 4K and 4K only. I will not test it at any lower resolution. Seasonic is the best out there, and that's all I've bought in the last 10 years. Well, I think CWT is better, personally. Like, CWT seems more lenient when it comes to power spikes. So, and the other thing is, the way you avoid the OCP problem is to simply upgrade to a power supply that has the cable for the 4090. That's all you got to do. If you buy a power supply that can support this plug, if you buy a power supply that comes with one of these natively in the box and connects directly to the power supply, on this end it has this side for the power supply, and on the other end it has this end for the graphics card, then you don't have to worry about like power spikes and the computer shutting off while benchmarking. So Johnny Guru even brings that information out in his past PSU reviews. Yeah, no, I know. I knew about it since, what year was that? It was Vega 64. That was like 2017 was when I first learned about power spikes tripping OCP. CWT is not as consistently as good as a couple of others, but they're good. The problem with Seasonic, there's nothing wrong with Seasonic quality-wise. The problem with Seasonic is they're too strict. Their power supplies are too sensitive. That's the problem. Now, I've heard that the newer ones don't have this problem. And I would be fine, like, let's put it this way. If Seasonic released a power supply that ships with this cable natively, then I would buy that power supply, because that would be fine. But any Seasonic power supply that does not natively have this, I don't trust it. I don't trust it with any kind of high wattage GPU. You're setting yourself up for failure. Just like last week, I tried the Seasonic power supply. I pulled it out of its box, because it's been sitting in its box for years. I tried it with my Linux system, with the RX 6900 XT, with stable diffusion. After the third batch, it literally shut off the computer. So I was like, well, okay, it still has this problem. So it still doesn't like those power excursions. And that was a 6900 XT, which is actually one of the worst ones when it comes to power excursions. Because if you guys want to see like what we're talking about, we go to power consumption, bad gateway, what happened? Power consumption? Okay, so their website's down. Or something's wrong. Well, anyway, if you look at power consumption charts off of Tech Power's website, it literally will tell you the power spikes, the 20 millisecond power spikes. Their new ones do ship with the cable. See, I didn't know that. I don't even know what the new model number is. So, interesting. Yeah, this card. Oh, because I have an ad blocker. What? Because I have the ad blocker installed, it doesn't work? Hold on. That's weird. The Opera browsers or Opera browsers ad blocker like prevents it from, anyway. Seasonic Vertex. Okay, I'll have to look that one up. Seasonic Vertex. This one? Oh yeah, this one has it. Because if it says ATX 3.0 or PCIe 5.0, then it's got the cable. So that's a interesting looking fan grill. That's a really good fan grill. That'll get a lot of air. See, right there on the top left. Any power supply that has that connector, even if you're not going to use that connector, like let's say you're going to pair this up with a 7900 XTX, or even just like an older AIB 3080 Ti or something like that. You don't have to use this cable, but you have the peace of mind that it's not going to trip OCP. You're looking at getting the 1300 from Micro Center. Yeah, so I currently have two power supplies that have the 12 volt high power connector. So the first one is the MSI Meg 1300 watt. That one is with the Sapphire Nitro. The other one is a power spec 1250 watt from Micro Center that I'm using right now with the 4090 system. Oh, this, you're talking about this one right here, the GX 1200. Yeah, 80 plus gold. Yeah, this is a pretty good one.
This is no time for
I would say it's pretty good. Well, let me turn down the game audio. It's like super loud.
Standing right here.
You like that MSI one? Oh, the Meg?
Do you?
Yeah, the where is it at here? MSI Meg 1300. Yeah, this one. It's really expensive though. So this is the one that I have. I did a kind of like a unboxing and overview of it, and I showed how to swap, how to upgrade power supplies last year when I got this. So this is a really good one. This is CWT, for those that don't know. So it's not Seasonic as the OEM, but it is a really good OEM. I trust CWT because I've been running Corsair HX 1200 power supplies for years, and those are both CWT, and they've never had any problems.
Seriously.
And I've had them for more than 6 years at this point.
Here. You don't want to
In fact, the Intel 13900K system with the Red Devil 7900 XTX, that is running off of a Corsair HX 1200 CWT unit. You like that MSI? Okay, has a second cable that has 2 dongles. Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah. I showed that in the video. It's got. Where is it? Is it in the picture here? It's that one in the middle. So the picture in the middle. Let me see if I can zoom in. This one. I don't know if you guys can see the mouse, but the cable in the middle has the plug for the graphics card on one end, and on the other end, I believe it goes into the... Oh, no. I think... Hold on. I think... I can't remember. I think the 600 watt 16 pin goes into the power supply, and you have dual 8 pins coming out of it, or it's the other way around. I think that's how it works. I think you have 2 8 pins on one end, and you have the 16 pin on the other end. But then it also does have the 16 on both ends, which is the one that I use with the power supply. Like, that's what I was using with the 3090 Ti up until I upgraded to the XTX. So that's kind of that's what I would recommend for those that want to buy a power supply and they don't want to worry about, like, you don't have to buy this model. Just make sure you buy something that says ATX 3.0 or PCIe 5.0 compliant. These two terms are what you want to look for in the product listing if you're trying to buy a power supply that will not only support the 16-pin cable, but it will also be able to withstand the transient loads, the power spikes, which is the thing that I'm most concerned with. So let me see if we go back here. The 3090 is actually larger than the 4090. It's also heavier than it. So for those that are wondering, see, like this, the 4090, okay, I guess I got sidetracked. What I was going to do was show, what was I going to show? What was I just, I was talking about this. And then I was going to do something in Tech Power, but I can't remember what it was. I don't remember what it was. I think it was going to show the 3090 Ti. Hold on. Yeah, this one. Maybe it was the 3090 Ti. Hold on.
my dear sister Lynette is doing right now.
Power consumption. Yeah.
Using needed depth.
So the 3090 Ti, see, here's the thing. A lot of people that were worrying about the plug catching on fire, I don't know, like, a lot of people were worried about that, but the thing is, I was running the 3090 Ti, which includes, you have to use that cable with the 3090 Ti. And look at this. So while playing games, while gaming, the 3090 Ti is pulling 445 watts. It's almost the full TDP of 450 watts. And let me tell you guys, one of the reasons why I didn't like the 4090, or not the 4090, the 3090 Ti, was because it used so much power while playing Star Citizen last year. And I guess, what was the other game that I was playing? Like Final Fantasy 14. Like, literally, I had to cap the frame rate. I had to cap the frame rate with the 3090 Ti because the power consumption with uncapped frame rates while gaming was so high that my feet started sweating, my hands started sweating. It was all like, it was annoying. It was annoying. And this is the thing about high wattage, high performance GPUs is... Oh, hey, Shane. You're all watching from the Discord? Okay, that's cool. So the thing with these high wattage GPUs that they don't tell you this in the review. So for most people that have never owned a high wattage GPU, they don't know what they're getting themselves into, not only on the power consumption front, because honestly, it's not really about the power consumption. It's actually the heat dissipation. It's actually the heat, the waste heat that the graphics card dumps into your room while you're playing a game is really, really annoying when it's a high wattage GPU. So for those, like for example, I'll give you guys an example. Back when Endwalker came out, Final Fantasy XIV's Endwalker expansion, I was playing that game a ton at launch, and that was when you had, potentially 90-minute login queues if you were on the Ether data center, if you were on like Gilgamesh or Balmung, or one of the servers that had the most people, like the high population server, so you had to wait a long time to get in. So once you were in, you were going to go for a long marathon play session. We're talking like 4 hours minimum, sitting in front of the computer playing the game. So if you're sitting there for 4 hours with an uncapped frame rate, with all that waste heat just being dumped into your room, like that is very uncomfortable. Let's just put it that way. It makes it very uncomfortable. You either have to run your AC up like all the time, and it's just really almost unbearable. So that's why I didn't like the 3090 Ti, because the 3090 Ti, it's rated for 450 watt TDP, and let me tell you, it really uses that 450 watt number almost all the time. And it was not fun. One thing to remember, however, is that even though CWT or Seasonic may make the PSU for other companies, the company that sets the standards, possibly, yeah, I guess, yeah, they might have their own. See, the reseller might have their own requirements of what they want the power supply to do behavior-wise. And then Shane's saying, what I did with my 4090 is I capped the clock speed to 2505, which is the same as the Ada 6000. Oh, okay, that's good to know. I did not even know what the RTX basically the 4090 Ti in the enterprise market runs at, and did a minus 20 on the power limit, and now it sits at that. Oh. I haven't fully tested the 4090, but from what I understand, so the thing is, the 4090's cooler is actually lighter than the 3090. So if we go to the 3090, pictures and teardown. So here's the 3090 Ti. See, the 3090 Ti is what, 2.2 kilograms? 2.2 kilograms for the 3090 Ti. And the 4090 is 2.18 kilograms. So it's a little bit lighter. And I definitely noticed that in the unboxing video. When I was filming that video, I was lifting up the cards, and I was noticing the 3090 Ti is actually heavier. So you can see, if we look at them side by side, is this it? Yeah, no, it's not it. It's in here. Somewhere in here, there's a picture of all of them. Where is it? Okay. Yeah, so right here. So here's a good one, because the 3090 Ti uses the exact same cooler as the 3090. But you can see the difference. Oh, they don't show the side-by-side. Like, they don't show the width. Actually, let's get the one with the 3090. So, you can see how the 3090 is longer. It's a longer cooler, but it is thinner. But they both use the 3 fingers. What I call the 3 fingers. So for the Elden Ring people who played all the Elden Ring endings, remember the 2 fingers? There's 2 fingers, and then there's the secret 3 fingers. So the 3090 and the 4090 are basically the Frenzied Flame ending style with their triple fingers. So for those that don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. It's a Elden Ring reference for those that are really into Elden Ring. But yeah, they've got 3 fingers on both. But the difference is, the 4090 fills up the third finger all the way to the end of it. Whereas if you look at the 3090, you can see how there's a little bit of a gap there. So they could add more metal to fill that up a little bit, make that thicker. And that's basically what they did for the 4090. And the other thing too is the 3080 Ti. The 3080 Ti Founders Edition is so inadequately cooled, it's laughable. It is laughable. Imagine taking the 3090 and dropping the 3080 cooler on top of it. That is basically a 3080 Ti. Because same power consumption, same TDP. Obviously, the 3080 Ti has a few less cores than the 3090, but, you know, it's cranked up to have the same TDP. So, yeah, totally inadequately cooled, annoyingly loud, not a very good product. You guys understand why I kind of bash on NVIDIA with the 3080 Ti from time to time. It's because I've got one in the back, and let me tell you, it is the most unrefined NVIDIA graphics card, or NVIDIA Founders Edition that I've ever owned. The Supreme X is 2.4. Okay, yeah, that's heavy. That's kind of like the sort of weight that they would need, I would imagine, for like a 4090 Ti. Because the 4090 Ti... So, here's one thing that I was thinking. Like, I know there was those leaked pictures with the 4090 Ti's cooler, and how the PCB is actually parallel to the motherboard. And NVIDIA seems to have scrapped that idea. But if they do launch a 4090 Ti, I wonder if they'll bother to use that cooler, or if they'll just cheap out and take this cooler and just drop this on top of a 4090 Ti, add the Ti, and call it a day. Because that's effectively what they did for the 3090 Ti and the 3080 Ti, and that's the reason why those cards are not as refined. Like, the problem with the 3090 Ti is it is loud. It's loud. And I'm talking about the Founders Edition. I'm talking about... Hold on, let me show you guys. I've got the 4090 box right here. But here's the 3090 Ti. It's in the box. You can see right there. I don't know, the camera's probably not going to pick up. I have terrible lighting at this PC because this is the benchmarking PC. This is not my stream PC. But 3090 Ti is loud. I played Star Citizen with this thing last year. I played Final Fantasy Endwalker with this thing. It has this weird, like, low-toned, almost like a jet that's trying to take off, but it doesn't get past the runway. It has that kind of sound to it. It's got a weird sound, because I remember the 3090 Founders Edition was not loud, from what I heard. And it's one of those things where it's like, okay, they designed the cooler to be quiet at 350 watts, but once you go to 450 watts, the cooler's not really meant to handle that, so what do? They run the fan at a higher speed. That's what ends up happening. That's what happened to the 3090 Ti, that's what happened to the 3080 Ti. So I have a feeling if NVIDIA launches the 4090 Ti, and they cheap out and throw the 4090 cooler on it, it's going to be loud. It's going to be annoyingly loud, because it's going to be like a full 450 watt TDP, just like the 3090 Ti. It's overkill to the point where the hotspot temp is like 61 most of the time. Yeah, I mean, that's good. That's good. I don't know much about the AIBs. Like, I don't know how the AIBs compare to each other when it comes to the NVIDIA cards. Like, I know how the AMD ones compare to each other. I don't really know much about the NVIDIA ones.
Missing me to death, I'm sure.
Let me see. What was I going to show? Oh, I wanted to look at the power consumption on this thing. Will it go to it? Okay, we went to the circuit board. Okay, now it's working. I don't know what was happening earlier. So, while gaming, it's using about... Here's what's kind of weird about this card. The Founders Edition 4090. So, when gaming, it uses around 350 watts or so, looking at this chart. So, it basically uses the power of a 3090. But when you do like power viruses like Furmark, then it's using power like a 3090 Ti. So very strange. Well, I won't say strange, but very interesting behavior with the way this GPU operates. So you can see while gaming, it's 346 watts on the Founders Edition. So we'll look at some of the AIBs to see how those compare in a little bit. But 346 on the Founders Edition. See how it's like basically 100 watts less than the 3090 Ti. So for me, that's like a 100 watt difference right there. What's really interesting though is the VSync. Like if you run your game at 60 FPS maximum, the average is around 76 watts. That's actually really efficient compared to the previous generation. And then the spikes, though. Here's the thing about the spikes. So this is what I was talking about when I was saying how I'm going to have to move this thing out of the way, aren't I? Going to have to move the 4090 like over here or like right next to me temporarily. Okay, so if you buy a power supply that is a ATX 3.0 or PCI 5.0 power supply, you don't have to worry about this, but essentially what this is saying is that the power spikes can potentially be very high, that the GPU doesn't, or not the GPU, the power supply doesn't know if it's noise or if it's actually a legitimate problem with like a short somewhere. So it'll just shut off the computer. And this is a problem that existed with my Seasonic unit when I had a Vega 64 in there years ago. And you can see the Vega 64 is 509 watts on the spike. And the 4090 is almost exactly the same. It's like 10 watts less. But the power spikes are pretty high. They're higher than the 3090. They're higher than the 6950 XT. You can see the one thing that improved on AMD's, the difference between the 6950 XT and the 6900, the original, the power spikes on the newer revision are much better well behaved than they were on the original run of the RDNA 2 flagship. So that's very interesting. But the power spikes are a thing that has always been an issue. And I'll see a lot of like Reddit posts of people talking about, they'll say like their game is crashing or like a certain game is causing their computer to turn off and they don't understand what's happening. And then when you read their system specs, they usually list something like 750 watt or 650 watt power supply and a 3080 Ti or a 3090 Ti or not 3090 Ti but like a 3080. You get what I'm saying? Basically, or a 6900 XT. Basically, some really high spiky GPU that causes the rinky-dink 650 watt Corsair CX or whatever to like basically say, I can't handle it, boss, I'm out, and it just turns off the whole computer. You know, like that kind of stuff happens, and they don't understand, like the person playing the game has no idea what's going on. But yeah, it's this, just FYI, it's the power spikes. I had it happen with a Vega back in the day, so I know exactly what the problem is, and the fix is to change the power supply, or change the graphics card. But obviously, you know, most of the time, it's a high wattage GPU causing a relatively lower end power supply to not be able to handle it. So the fix, the real fix, is to change a power supply, not change a graphics card. Because like, why would you downgrade your graphics card? So
long as the audience thinks that seeing is believing, there's no limit to the number of tricks I can pull off.
So that's basically the main things that I wanted to get across for those that want to upgrade to a high wattage GPU is make sure you have a good power supply, or like one that actually doesn't complain all the time about noise on the 12 volt, because if it does, then you're just setting yourself up for headaches and disappointment and having to spend more money on another power supply. So even though the power supply itself works fine, so it's just too strict, and it doesn't like the graphics card doing what it does, if that makes sense. So I talked about this in a previous live stream months ago. I actually even drew it out in Paint, but I guess we don't need to do that in this stream. So Let's see. Oh wait, I don't need to talk to this guy. I need to do... What do I need to do in this game? This? Oh. Wait, not Amber. Why is Amber doing this? I'm just gonna send one of the new people. Send this guy. We can move the GPU over again. You just got a 1300 watt because you didn't want to have to worry about wattage in the future. I mean, that's a good enough reason. That's a good enough reason. I mean, the main thing, like, a lot of people can go for like a 1000 watt. I feel like a 1000 watt ATX 3.0, PCI 5.0 is really all you need for most things. The only time you would need more than that is if you were going to do something like multi-GPU. Like, if you were going to run, like, 2 RTX 6000 ADA or whatever with the NVLink bridge on them, with whatever professional application that can actually leverage 2 GPUs, because, let's be honest, you can't really game with 2 graphics cards anymore. RIP, SLI, and Crossfire. But that's kind of the reality. So it's like, unless you need that, you don't really need, like, anything. In my mind, you don't really need to go beyond 1000 watts. But I guess for peace of mind, you could do that, or you could just get an ATX 3 PCI 5 that's at 1000 watts, or at least 850. I would recommend minimum is 850 watts, because, like, it literally says on the box of the 4090 Founders Edition, it literally reads on the back of the box, 850 watt minimum PSU rating. It literally says that on the official NVIDIA box. So, and what's funny is I've been recommending minimum 850 for years. And now you hear it straight from the manufacturer. But yeah, big numbers, you don't have to worry. Let's see, I needed to go and look for some flowers or something. It was either going to be this game or Baldur's Gate 3. And the thing about Baldur's Gate 3 is it's harder for me to play Baldur's Gate and talk to the chat, because that game is so dialogue heavy, and it's like I'll have to either miss out on understanding the story because I'm talking to the chat the whole time, or I'm basically like playing the game and ignoring the chat. So it's like pick your poison if you're gonna play Baldur's Gate. It's like one or the other. That's the challenge with that. How are you liking the Nitro compared to your other cards? Well, right now the Nitro is probably my favorite AIB card that I've ever owned. But it's not the first AIB Nitro that I've ever owned. So I have a Vega 64 Nitro from Sapphire. So it's like it's not like the Nitro is a completely new experience for me, but that being said, it's still one of the best graphics cards that I've ever owned. Oh, I got hit by that guy. He threw something at me. There. Now she's on fire too. Talk about fire hazards. You have the XTX, but you got the 4090 to replace it because you were having so many issues with it. See, what issues were you having? Because I've been using... So, I have the Nitro. I've had the Nitro since March. I've had it for months. And I use it in my main streaming PC. And I'm going to continue using it in my main PC. Like, the PC that I'm on right now, the one that has the 4090 in it, this is not my main PC. This is a PC that I use for benchmarking. So I use it for review footage, review content, numbers generation, like that kind of stuff. Like deep dives on AI things and all that kind of stuff. That's what this PC is used for. But the main PC that I use as my daily driver is the PC that has the 7900 XTX Nitro. And I'm not going to change that. Just because I bought a 4090 doesn't mean that I'm going to remove my Nitro and stop using it. That's going to continue to be my workstation PC going forward. And for games, that computer will continue to be my main gaming PC. So, like next Thursday, so for those that are new to the channel, I stream every Thursday evenings, North American time. So that's typically like, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Mountain Time, and 6 p.m. Pacific Time. So those are that's when I go live every Thursday. So this stream that you guys are watching right now, I don't normally stream on Friday evenings. I just decided to do it to test this card and make sure this card's not defective, because I don't want to get out of that 15-day return window from Best Buy or whatever it is, and then have to deal with an RMA. So I'd rather make sure that the card works good out of the box by stress testing it now, before waiting, a few more days before it's like past the return window. So it's not sure because you have the 1300K. No, well, here's the thing though. So you mentioned 1300K. There's nothing wrong with using Intel with AMD. In fact, I typically, if I'm going to run an Intel CPU, I tend to run an AMD GPU along with it. So I'll just give you guys a rundown of the PCs that I work with. So the primary PC, primary streaming / gaming PC, I'm just going to write all the specs so you can see the system specs. So this one, actually the font's way too big. Let me make this 36. So this one is Ryzen 9 7950X with the Sapphire RX 7900 XTX Nitro Plus and 96 gigabytes of G-Skill 6400 megahertz XMP. This is the Trident Z5. Trident Z5. Yeah, it's DDR5, obviously. So this is the RAM. SK Hynix, or whatever. We don't need to go into that detail. But basically, this is the main computer. And the motherboard is a Gigabyte X670E Aorus Master. So this is the font too small? Maybe it was better when it was larger. Anyway, this is the PC, and it has a 1300 watt MSI Meg PSU. So it's the one, it has the, ATX 3, whatever, PCIe 5, whatever. It's got the one with the special plug. Your previous one died as well. See, I don't know. I've never had any problems with mine. In fact, I've never actually had a Sapphire card go bad before. And I actually have a couple of them. Like, I have a Sapphire Nitro Vega 64. I have a Sapphire, like I have a bunch of like reference cards that are through Sapphire, and then I have, like my very first graphics card was a Sapphire X850 XT. So, I mean, I've been using Sapphire for more than a decade, and I've never had any problems. They have good support too. Like RK Benchmarker was saying, like he got one that had a fan that spins the other way, like they all spin the same way, and they're sending him a fan that spins the opposite direction. So that's the main one. The other one is an Intel. So this one is a. Anyway, so second PC. This is kind of the server PC. It's not a server, but it's a server PC. So this one is an Intel-based machine. So this one is an i9 13900K with a Gigabyte Z790 Aorus Master. And this one is using a Power Color Red Devil Limited Edition RX 7900 XTX. So again, an XTX, and this time it's paired up with an Intel CPU. So this one is running 128 gigabytes of G-Skill Flare X Expo memory. You heard that right. Expo memory 50. Well, I'm running it at 4800. So it's rated for 5600. I'm running it at 4800 megahertz actual. So I'm running the RAM at a slow speed because I'm running 4 sticks of RAM on the Intel. So the Intel's only running 4800 megahertz on memory that's meant for an AMD. Actually, no, that's not true. That's not true. It was, but not anymore. It's not Flare X. It's Ripjaws. Ripjaws S5. So DDR5. So that's the other PC. So again, this one's using an XTX. XTX plus Intel, and I have no problems with it. It's a power color. It's a different one. This is actually the first XTX that I ever got, was this one. So those are the two. And then the third PC, so the PC that I'm using right now, we'll call this the benchmarking PC. So the benchmarking PC, make this 48, and then make this back to 36. So the benchmarking PC is running a Ryzen 9 7950X3D with an ASRock X670E Steel Legend. So the PC that you see right here, the one that I'm using right now, is the benchmarking one. You can literally see the Steel Legends RGB right behind the 4090. So that's a Steel Legend. And this is using 96 gigabytes of G-Skill, 6400 megahertz XMP. It's the same exact RAM kit that's in the primary PC. And this one's with a 1250 watt power spec. Power spec? Spec power? Spec power? No, power spec. It's a Micro Center brand. Micro Center brand PSU. So this is again an ATX 3.0 / PCIe 5. So it's got the cable on there natively. $13900K, 32 gig DDR4, Supreme, and okay, well DDR4 is whatever. Okay, you just change back to that. Wait, what happened? You just got one of the first batches, you think? So, might have been a bad batch. What was the problem with it? You said it died. Like, what happened? Was it just the RGB went bad, or what? You were watching a guy that had problems with it XT, and it came down to him having to switch DDR4 DIMMs and reset the BIOS. That seemed to fix. So basically, it had nothing to do with the XT. It was something else. It was him. He probably had unstable memory. He was probably running like an overclock on the RAM that wasn't stable. That's usually what it is. And then I forgot to write my Intel power supply. The Intel unit is using the old 1200 watt Corsair HX, whatever, let's just say HX 1200 or Corsair HX 1200. It's a 1200 watt old power supply. ATX 2.0 does not have the cable, but it's a good CWT unit that I've had for like 7 years. And obviously this one here at the bottom is using the RTX 4090 FE for now. For now. So these are the three PCs that I typically use for different things. Well, I guess, yeah. My stream is getting stutters. It should be good now. Yeah, I saw the notification that YouTube was... Oh no, YouTube is having a problem, actually. It's still live, it's still good, but yeah, there's something going on with the... Yeah, the sending and receiving... Doesn't look good. Hold on. Something's going on with the internet. Because YouTube is saying YouTube is not receiving enough data to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Yeah, and I'm seeing the internet traffic very spiky, so there might be something going on with the internet. My internet might have some kind of latency. I know in my area, they were talking about rolling blackouts. We could be experiencing rolling blackouts, so maybe one of the upstream internet routers might be running into some issue. So my internet traffic might be getting sent to like a different ingest server due to some kind of blackout problem on the network side. No, it's not that. I can see the issue. It's an issue with the sending. It has nothing to do with the download. It's an upload to YouTube. So there's a problem along the path between me and YouTube. Hold on. I'm trying to read the comments. So 13, okay. You did a 2-hour stress test on the RAM and it's Micron E-die. Micron E-die. Stream died? Stream died? Stream should still be up. Is the stream down? No, I think it's still up. Is it fixed now? No. No, it's an upload. There's something going on with the network. It's still up. It's still up. There's something going on. Yeah, I can see that I'm still sending data to YouTube. So there's something going on between me and YouTube. There's a problem. No, it's not my internet dying because I can read the chat messages just fine. I'm connected to the internet totally fine. The stream is running at 240p. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not dropping any frames, so it's not like I am having a problem on the computer, because the computer would tell me, if it's a computer problem on my end, it would tell me that I'm dropping frames, and right now I have 0 dropped frames. So it's definitely a network side problem. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Yeah, the audio's not dropping back, so something's going on. Yeah, there's something going on with the server. Yeah, so RK's watching at 1440. So I'm streaming at 1440. That's the native source resolution. But the game, like the actual resolution is 4K, but I'm not streaming at 4K. If that makes sense. I'm streaming at 1440, so I'm taking like a 4K image and I'm downscaling it to 1440p. That way it's not as hard to stream. Okay, so I don't know what's going on. There was some kind of issue. It might still be going on, actually. I'm not even sure. But I'm not getting any notifications that there's a problem on my end. But it buffers. If you leave it on auto, it drops to 240p. I was getting notifications from YouTube that YouTube was having a problem receiving enough data. So that, again, it tells me... So basically... What's happening is if we move this over, it's like here is this is basically where I am. So I'm at point A. Here's YouTube over here. And I'm trying to send data to YouTube. But somewhere in the middle, there's a bunch of routers. And what's probably happening is that there's some rolling blackouts going on There could be some rolling outages going on, guys, because like I was notified that my area could be experiencing rolling blackouts in terms of meaning power outages. So that is probably related to this, if I had to guess. Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with me, because it's like I'm not. It doesn't say drop. I have 0 dropped frames. I've been uploading the whole time. I've been reading the comments the whole time. So obviously I'm not having a network problem. But there is some upstream network problem from me sending to YouTube. So there's something going on in that regard. So that's unfortunate. It means that the stream will probably not... I won't stream for that long then, just to avoid this problem. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know what your issue was, though. Like, I'm still trying to understand what the problem was with the XTX. Because, I mean, look, I've got an Oculus Rift hooked up to the Sapphire Nitro XTX. So I use the XTX with VR, and it's fine. I'm not going to change anything there. That PC, you guys have to imagine, I've got like 10 USB ports on the back of that motherboard, and all 10 of them are plugged into something. So there's like a bunch of stuff. There's a VR headset, there's a webcam, there's a microphone, there's 2 VR sensors. Those each take up a USB port. So the VR headset by itself consumes 3 USB 3.0 ports on the back of the motherboard. And then there's the mouse and the keyboard. And then there's one for the camera. So like if I film a video for YouTube, for example, the 4090 unboxing video, I have to get the video footage onto my computer. So I use a USB connection to pull that off of the flash memory on the camera. So that takes up another USB port. And then the Xbox 360 game controller takes up another USB port. So you guys can see it all adds up really, really quick. So the number of USB... So I guess what I'm saying is the number of USB ports on the back of your motherboard actually matters. It actually matters a lot. So more than you know.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide.
So it's like, I don't need to use this, but if I was going to use a Thunderbolt capture card like this is the AverMedia Live Gamer Bolt, I would have to plug this into a Thunderbolt port. So this doesn't count because I have this going into the Steel Legends Thunderbolt card. But that's another example of another peripheral that would take up a USB port. With VR, is that on the Brothers Oculus, it works fine, but as soon as I use the Vive Pro, it breaks down into pieces and just gives you sickness. Does that have anything to do with the Vive Pro? I don't know what. The HTC Vive Pro. I think I remember this VR headset from a few years ago. Is it this thing? This one? I mean, it's just like a 1440p VR headset, so I don't see how it wouldn't work. It's 1440p per eye. It could be a Steam VR. Well, I don't know about that because I use Steam VR. So basically, if I'm using the Oculus Rift, I'm using it with Steam VR, and I'm using it on a 7900 XTX, and I've never had any problems with it. So, I don't know what the deal is here. I mean, look, this thing, it literally says that to run this, you need to have a GTX 970 or a Radeon R9 290. Those graphics cards are so old that an XTX would basically crush both of these graphics cards in VR. Well, you have the Oculus app in the background. Yeah, but it's not really doing anything, though. That's just there to run the... That's just there to run the sensors, really. The only thing that the Oculus Rift app is doing when you're running Steam VR is your Oculus Rift software is managing these things. I don't know if I can pick it up and pull it over here. Yeah, it's not going to reach. But the little sensors that go on the desk. Where is the original one? This thing, right?
We mercs have one simple rule.
This.
Pays the most.
This is the VR headset that I use. The original Oculus Rift. Now, I have another one. I do have the Rift S. I have this one, but it's no longer available. But I don't like this one. Okay, there's a couple things about the Rift S. The Rift S, the screen is actually better than the original Oculus Rift. However, it is not as comfortable to wear, nor is it... the main thing I don't like about it, though, is when you're not using it, it's always on. So it's always, like, running. I have to run a script in command line to force quit the Oculus driver to shut it off and set it into standby mode. The Oculus Rift, the original one, does it automatically. So that for that reason alone, that and the fact that this uses a display port, and I don't like that. I wish this was an HDMI. The fact that the old Oculus Rift uses an HDMI is a whole lot better, because I don't like having to waste a display port on my graphics card for a VR headset when I run triple DisplayPort monitors.
What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Zuck is always watching. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like with the Rift S, you have to force quit the driver so that from command line in Windows so that it's not running. Whereas the Rift actually does shut off, because you can tell by looking at the what do you call it? The process in Windows. But yeah. So I have this, which I don't really use. So if I was going to use this would be like to show people VR like in a living room, in like a living room PC is what I would use this for. But the original Oculus Rift is the one that I actually use. Hey Marcelo. Yeah, and funnily enough, you mentioned Beat Saber. Beat Saber is probably like one of the main VR games that I actually play regularly. Like all the other VR stuff, I don't really do much with that most of the time. It's like those are like a one-time deal, and then it's like whatever.
But still,
Just put tape on the cameras.
one day they'll be able to find places of their own. Leave sandstorms behind.
Zuck is always watching my messy room. Well, the thing with the Oculus Rift, so the Oculus Rift is connected to a streaming PC. So for those that are wondering, the streaming PC is literally, the cameras are literally just facing a green screen the whole time. Because I use a green screen, an actual physical green screen. You know, like the same one that like S-Fan TV has, so... Yeah, so I guess if Zuck wants to stare at a green screen 24/7, be my guest. You play ranked Beat Saber? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. But see, that's the thing. Like when it comes to VR, I haven't had any problems. So I don't know, man. Maybe it's a Vive Pro thing that whatever, but you know, they list Radeon R9 290 or GTX 970, so it's not like they don't work with the Radeon driver. That wouldn't make any sense. So
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get.
But yeah, in general though, I might do a video about the 4090's idle power consumption, because there's a little bit of some weird misinformation there. So let me open up GPU-Z. I want to revisit multi-monitor power consumption, because I never tested NVIDIA with mixed monitor, mixed refresh rate, because when it comes to that, it uses roughly 55 watts. So obviously that's not as bad as like 90 watts, but it's not like it's 20 watts, if that makes sense. So 55 watts on mixed refresh. And the other thing too that I will mention, because I think it's worth noting, is that when I use the RTX 4090 Founders Edition with a multi-monitor setup. So for those that are wondering, I am actually running 3 monitors on this system. So let's go back to Paint here so I can illustrate that. So I've got 3 monitors. And no, the Sony monitor is not one of them, before somebody mentions that. So I've got a 24-inch, another 24-inch, and then I've got a 27-inch in the middle.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything.
So I'm running triple monitors.
And whether you
The specs are 1440p, 144 hertz, 1440p, 144 hertz, and 4K, so 2160p, 144 hertz. These are the specs. So the monitor in the middle is a really, really good, cheap 4K monitor. It is a 27-inch Enoscene. Enoscene is a Chinese brand. It's a Chinese monitor, not Korean, not Japanese. It is a Chinese monitor. Enoscene. I think the model number is... I'm going to do a video on it because I feel like it's worth talking about this monitor, because I really think that if somebody wants to upgrade to 4K, this is the way to go. This is a $400... it's $399. I'm going to do a video about it because I think it's worth bringing this monitor into the spotlight, because I am very impressed with this Chinese 144 hertz 27-inch 4K monitor. It is an IPS. It's IPS. It is what's the model number? I gotta find it. Hold on. Enoscene. Hold on, where is this thing? Enoscene 27M2V or something? No. No, what was it called? G2V? Now I can't find it. 27-inch 4K 144? Here it is. Okay. It's this monitor. Oh wait, let me make this smaller again. Is that okay? This monitor right here. So I'm gonna do a video about this monitor because I think it's not the best 4K monitor. For example, this monitor does not feature HDMI 2.1. It's an HDMI 2.0 and DisplayPort 1.4a. So in terms of like the refresh rate and the resolution, it's still going to do 4K 144 over DisplayPort, just not over HDMI. You can do HDMI 120 hertz, but nobody is going to pair this monitor with a PC using HDMI unless they, I don't know, unless you're using like a super ancient graphics card or something. But you want to be using DisplayPort. And it has USB-C with DisplayPort alt mode. So very, very cool monitor. Like I said, it's like almost half the cost of the Sony whatever. The HDR is a little disappointing. Yeah, I mean that's the thing though, right? Like that's how they stay within that budget. So, but this is a really nice monitor. The build quality on it is very impressive. The only thing that's kind of dumb about it is if you notice on the bottom left and right, it has these 2 red LEDs. Those red LEDs are actually very distracting and annoying. Thankfully, you can go into the menu on the OSD and turn them off. And that was literally the first thing that I did, was I went into the menu and I turned those lights off. If they want to put lights on a monitor, put them on the back of the monitor like this, and don't put them on the front of the monitor. The other thing that I consider a negative aspect of this monitor is the notification LED that tells you the monitor is on or in standby is a blue LED. I don't like blue LEDs. When this monitor goes to sleep, the blue LED is blinking. It's blinking blue. Now that's okay if it's in an office room, but if that's in a bedroom at nighttime when you're trying to sleep and this blue LED is like blinking and the light is like reflecting off of the walls, that is really annoying. So what I do typically for that is I cut a really tiny piece of electrical tape, like black vinyl tape, and I literally stick it over the LED to cover it up. That's how I solve that problem. But when I have to do that on a product like this monitor, I'm going to have to call it out. Like those things, now people will consider that kind of like a nitpick, but I don't care, because that's the sort of stuff that some people, you'd be surprised, some people would get annoyed by that. Yeah, your eyes are closed, but it's like, you know, why do you want a blue light blinking in your room? You know what I'm saying? Like, why? When you don't have to. Because the way that most monitors do it is they have an amber LED that is a statically on amber light. So that orange light is not as distracting and annoying as a bright blue LED. Maybe he has thin eyelid. What? Dude, we're talking about a Chinese branded monitor, and you start to okay, we're not gonna go there. like that's enough. Like I've already been calling this a Chinese monitor like the whole time. But yeah, it's a relatively low cost 4K 27 inch, and you guys know me. I'm all about maximizing the desk space, so I always want the smallest screen size with the highest resolution. So 27 inch 4K, 24 inch 1440p, and if we're talking 1080p, 22 inch. So that's usually how I do it. Otherwise, how am I gonna fit triple monitors on my desk? Unless I have like a giant desk, but then I have like no room space because the desk takes up too much space. So anyway, all right. Well, that's the Eno scene. So I'm probably gonna do a review about this monitor because it's a good monitor. Yeah, it's a really good product. So because this is my second 4K monitor. My first 4K monitor was the Sony InZone M9. So this monitor, well, it's out of stock on Newegg, but actually, wait, no, it's not. Never mind. No, it is, because that's a third-party seller. But this is what I use with a streaming PC. So this is what's paired up with the XTX Sapphire Nitro. Eno 3D, good question. You know, I don't know. I have no idea. This is the first time I ever got like an Eno scene. I don't even know. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. I say Eno scene. It's weird to have a CH. Like you have two consonants, two different consonants right next to each other like that. You use a Samsung Odyssey G7. Is that one of those like curved monitors? Samsung Odyssey G7. Is that a curved display? You say, is it the 27 or is it the 31? There's like two different ones. If you're using a XTX or a 4090, I hope you're on a 4K monitor. Oh, it's only 1440p. Why is it on? Why are you using? I don't know, man. I wouldn't do 1440p. Like to me, well, this is way too big. Personally, I would never buy this because it's way too big. QHD 1440 is just not good enough for a 4090 or a 7900 XTX. 4K is the way to go. Hey Max. RK had the G8 for a couple of weeks. What was that one that AMD showed off that was supposed to be like an 8K monitor? Do you guys remember that thing? Oh, this is ultra wide. Man, this thing's expensive. This thing is as much as a 3090. This has the MSRP of a 3090. This is almost as expensive as that FE. Dude, like this monitor is $100. It's $100 short of how much I paid for the 4090. The 4090 was $1,600. $1,599 at Best Buy. Yeah, there was an 8K Samsung. Do you guys not remember that monitor? It was an Odyssey something G8. It was an 8K widescreen, like an ultra wide. It was ultra wide 8K. You don't remember that? Let me see if I can find it. Samsung is building an 8K ultra wide. Refresh up to 900 hertz. We don't need this Zuckerberg thing anymore. Hold on, let's go over here. Do you guys not remember this thing?
At least it doesn't hide anything.
Samsung's insane 8K ultra wide 900 hertz. I don't know what this with a catch. You don't remember this? When AMD showed off the 7000 series Radeon, remember? Scott Herkelman showed off like 8K, whatever. You know the 8K memes? Remember how Nvidia did all those 8K memes? Well, AMD went and did it too last year. A 32:9 aspect ratio, 7680 by 2160. So it's basically like two 4K side by side. They showed it, well, okay, I don't know if they showed the monitor, but it was this thing. Odyssey Neo G8 only only 5120 by 1440. It's not 8K, it has similar pixel count to 5K. Yeah, but I don't know why they did the meme 8K stuff, whatever, first 8K, whatever. This ultra wide. So there's a couple things about me. I don't like ultra wide, and I don't like curved. I don't like curved monitors, and I don't like ultra wide. Both of them don't mix. I'll never buy either one of them. So for me, it's triple monitors all the way. And they got to be 16:9. Now, I used to like 16:10 years ago, like a decade ago, when they still existed. But ever since they went 16:9, they tried to combine the PC world with the TV world, and 16:9 became the golden standard. I accepted it begrudgingly because I always liked 16:10. Maybe the Nvidia 8K marketing makes me delete everything in my brain to make room. Just bought a new monitor for the PC. The LG. Oh, now we all gotta go look it up now. Now everyone's gonna go look it up. You know why? Everybody wants to know how much money it costs. LG QNED 819. I can't find it. It says it's an LG 50 QND. What? I'm not finding the monitor. I'm finding a bunch of power cables. LG 50 QNED. Yeah, I'm not finding that monitor. 50-inch on a desk. 120 hertz FreeSync Premium. Yeah, see, I'm more about resolution. I care more about resolution than refresh rate. As long as it's 120 hertz or higher, that's enough. Like, that's literally enough. Because they're always going to come up with some next best thing, and before you know it, OLED is going to be way more affordable in a few years' time.
Whoever pays the most is your new
Works perfectly as a PC monitor. Looking at the minimap gives you eye strain. I mean, not really. No. I mean, here, look. Like, here, I'll give you guys an example. Let's go back to Genshin Impact real quick, because, look, this... Look at this. Oh, wait, I'm not showing it. See, look. 4K. 4K native. And the map, okay, yeah, it looks small on the stream, but I'm playing it on a 27-inch 4K monitor. And I don't have any problems. And I'm sitting about a little more than an arm's length away from the monitor. See, look, I can put my arm all the way out here. I'm not touching the camera. See? So, and I can move my arm over to the left monitor, and I can move it over to the right monitor, and I'm not even close to touching any of these monitors. At least it'll give you a neck workout. Wait, what? What? A neck workout? What are you talking about? Oh, you mean like the 50-inch monitor on a desk? Looking at minimap gives... Oh, no. In gaming or PC mode, how... What? $9 power cable. It's a 4K TV. What's this? It'll give you a neck workout. I guess you're referring to that 50-inch monitor or the 50-inch TV. It's meant for driving games, open world games, space games. I'm talking about on ultra wide. It gives me eye strain. Oh no! Somebody mentioned Starfield. Someone mentioned Starfield. We're gonna have to talk about Starfield again. I pretty much talk about Starfield at least once every live stream for the past 3 weeks. 50-inch on a desk is a neck workout. That in super wide. $9. What? $9 XLR cable. Not really. You're using TV monitors for years on the desk. Time for the Starfield ad spot? No, I don't want to be that Starfield sales guy again. I think I've done that enough times. 100% Starfield run.
My people are used to the desert life.
With my track record on completing games in 2023, do you really think that I'm going to be doing a 100% Starfield run? So out of all the games that I've purchased throughout this year, or ones that I got for free through, like, upgrading computer parts, I've only finished, like, 2 games. I finished Fatal Frame, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, and I finished Final Fantasy 16. Every other game that I got, like, for example, Forspoken, Jedi Survivor, The Last of Us Remaster, or Last of Us Part 1, whatever you want to call that game, Hogwarts Legacy, that's a meme at this point. Me finishing Hogwarts Legacy is basically a meme. That poor guy. You mean Cole? Coral? What? Who's Coral? You mean Cole. Cole from, his name's Cole, right? I got it right. Oh, Ratchet and Clank. I don't have Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 was like the only MMO that I played regularly until Genshin Impact. Then Genshin Impact basically stole a show from Final Fantasy. You finished a second playthrough of Hogwarts Legacy? I haven't finished my first playthrough of Hogwarts Legacy. And people are already saying Starfield hype 100% run. Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to happen. That's not going to happen this year. I don't even know. See, the problem with Starfield, I just realized there's a treasure chest on that building. The problem with Starfield is it's going to be like Skyrim in its structure, in terms of the way that the story's played out. So that means that... Wait, what? There was a thing in there. So in terms of, like, trying to complete that game, it's not gonna be happening anytime soon. Wait, what's this? It's an online single-player game. Genshin technically isn't an MMO. Yeah, no, I know, but it has online elements. It plays a lot like an MMO though. Like the structure of Genshin's expansions. Wait, what? Where did that thing go? It like flew off and then some random enemy just spawned. It like walked up onto these barrels. And then it backed itself into a corner. That's cool. Alright. I like how he can like go through walls. Yeah, but I really want to finish at least 2 more games before the end of the year. I want to finish at least 2. They don't have to be Starfield. They don't have to be any specific games. I just want to finish 2 more. I want to say that I was able to finish 4 games this year, averaging 1 per quarter. So far I've done 2. I just need to finish 2 more.
Just as I expected.
Where did that little blue guy go? He was somewhere around here. I don't know where he went. I lost him. Oh well, I'll find him at some point. I don't know where he went. He like flew off somewhere. I got stuck. I got distracted fighting that random mob that showed up. And I don't know where that little thingy went. I forgot what it's called. Anyway. Can you explain why you don't like the XTX for 1440p? I just think that if you're on 1440p, you don't need to spend that much money for a graphics card. Like, for 1440p, I really think if you can settle for like a 6950 XT. No, it has nothing to do with CPUs. The reason why I don't like the XTX, it's not that I don't like the XTX for 1440p. It's just I think that you're spending more than you need to. That's what I think. So I was hesitant to move away from 1440p because I had been on 1440p since 2017. I literally got my Sony InZone M9 about a year ago. It was August of last year. And that was my first 4K monitor. So because of that, ever since I went to 4K, so you guys got to remember where I'm coming from. I went from a 1440p, 144 hertz, 24-inch AOC Agon gaming monitor. It was a TN panel, not IPS, not VA. It was a TN panel. 1 millisecond gray to gray. 1440p.
It's really boring.
But I was on that thing for what? Like 5 years? A little over 5 years I was using that monitor. And then I finally made the jump to 4K, and I went from a TN 144 24-inch 1440 to an IPS like 99% sRGB, 95% DCI 3 color space wide color gamut Sony M9 InZone 4K HDR blah 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 all that stuff fully array, local dimming, you know, all the buzzwords for the high-end HDR 4K. I went from a TN to an IPS that has all that stuff and 144 hertz. So now you can imagine, and 24 inch to 27 inch. So you can imagine why, like, now that I've experienced 4K gaming, like the crispness, the sharpness of the resolution in a 27 inch form factor, why I cannot recommend 1440p unless you're on like a $600 graphics card or lower, because you don't need an XTX to game at high frame rate on 1440p. It also keeps the graphics card for many years. Like, I mean, I guess, really, but realistically, like, are you the type of person that's gonna hold on to your graphics card for that long? See, here's the thing. I had this conversation with a sales guy at Micro Center a few months ago. So I told him, like, in my experience, tech enthusiasts typically upgrade every generation or every other generation. And what's a generation? 2 years. So every other generation would be like 4 years max. See? So the reality is an enthusiast tends to upgrade more frequently. And not only do they upgrade more frequently, they tend to also be the ones that buy the more expensive parts. The average casual gamer tends to hold on to their graphics card and their CPU, their entire PC, for much longer than an enthusiast. I know a whole bunch of what I consider, like, I guess, PC gamers that are still gaming on an RTX 2060 or a RX 580 or a GTX 1060 or a 1070 or a 1070 Ti. Those are very old graphics cards by today's standards. So, unless you plan to hold on to your graphics card until, you said 5 to 7 years, if not longer, that means you're going to be holding on to the graphics card all the way until the RTX 7090 or something like that. See?
Entering standby mode. I hope nobody disturbs me.
So the reality is, if you're somebody who, basically what I'm saying is, if you're someone who is actually considering buying an XTX or a 4090, basically some flagship product, doesn't matter what the product is, you're more likely to be upgrading from that same exact product within 3 to 4 years. On average. I don't think there's been a lot of market studies that have looked at this, but I have a hypothesis or a theory that the more expensive GPU somebody has, the more likely they're going to upgrade sooner rather than later. And the lower end somebody has of a graphics card, the longer they will stick with that graphics card. I know it sounds very counterintuitive, because when you think about it, somebody who has like a 1060, you would think that they would have upgraded a long time ago, but yet why is the 1060 still the most popular graphics card? Or one of the most popular graphics cards, if not the 1660. But we all know why the 1660 is so popular, because it's in laptops. It's in a bunch of gaming laptops and pre-builds that are cheap. That's the reason why it's up there. Not because people are actively seeking out buying that type of graphics card. Thoughts on MSI Meg, Ace for machine learning, TensorFlow, a bit even. Well, the motherboard doesn't really matter for TensorFlow. So, I mean, you can run whatever motherboard you want for machine learning. The motherboard matters more for the functionality. So, for example, the PCIe layout, the number of USB ports, the number of USB-C ports. Does it support USB 4? Does it have like Wi-Fi 6E? Does that even matter to the consumer? You know, those are the sort of things that actually matter when choosing the motherboard. Obviously the VRM, but let's be honest, all the VRMs in the X670E line are overbuilt and complete overkill for the Ryzen CPUs. It supports 3 GPUs. Well, I mean, you can run 3 GPUs on other motherboards too. You mean it supports 3 dual slot GPUs? Because you can't do like triple or quad slot. Like on the bottom slot, you're not gonna fit. It's gonna run right into the power supply. I mean, it's a good motherboard. Back when I covered the launch of Zen 4 and the AM5 socket last year, almost a year ago, because that was like September of last year, I evaluated all those motherboards, and I said that the Ace was one of the best ones. It was definitely in the top 5 of all the motherboards.
A round of applause.
You asked for it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of them though. What I really need to do, I need to go back and make like a playlist or something, because there's a lot of different videos that I did for the motherboards. Not just the tier list, because a lot of people tell me that they watch the tier list video, but the tier list video, what they don't know is that the tier list video is based off of analyzing all the motherboards over the course of several weeks of videos that I did, looking at things like the documentation, the block diagrams, the physical layout, like you said, the PCIe layout for fitting multiple graphics cards. So, but yeah, in general though, the Ace is a very good motherboard for the AMD AM5 platform. You're looking for the Aorus Elite AX, the B650? Yeah, it's a good one. Overclocking an Intel CPU specifically on a Z series motherboard is a nightmare. So if you do that, keep that in mind. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be doing that anytime soon. But yeah, for machine learning, it's fine. Like, I still stand by, like, you could get away with doing that with other motherboards. But yeah, if you need like a dual slot, and the difference between the second PCIe slot and the third PCIe slot allows you to fit 2 graphics cards down there, that's fine. The nice thing about the MSI is the nice thing about the Ace is that every single one of those PCIe slots connect directly into the CPU. All of them bypass the chipset, so they have very low latency in that regard. And in theory, you could support PCIe tunneling. However, MSI doesn't have the control plane signaling from the U4 TB4 plug, so there's none of that. But that's not what you're gonna do, so that's fine. The Tai Chi Lite, yeah, I haven't seen the Tai Chi Lite anywhere. Like, I've seen it online, but I haven't seen it like in any retail outlets. The B650 Elite AX is a very good one. Yeah, the thing is, the Gigabyte motherboards this time around are actually really good. All of them are actually really good from the Gigabyte side. I was actually very impressed with Gigabyte, because originally my plan, it was to get the MSI Ace, but when I went into Micro Center to get the AM5 motherboard, they didn't have the Ace. I was told that they had 2 of them. One of them was purchased by RK Benchmarker. The other one was purchased by somebody else that I don't know. So I was basically SOL at that point. So I had to come up with a backup. And my next best choice was the Gigabyte Aorus Master. And that's how I ended up with the Gigabyte motherboard. There are new revisions of the B650. Yeah, the only thing that they had to fix was the heatsink for the Gen 5 SSD. Because the Gen 5 SSD uses a lot of power, it generates a lot of heat, and if you guys go back and watch my video for the Gen 5 SSD that I covered earlier this year, I show that the Gigabyte heatsink on the Aorus Elite AX, the first revision of that, It is not sufficient for a Gen 5 drive. It's too small. When maxing out 192 gigabytes of RAM, people use 750X rather than the XD. I don't know why that is. It works on both. There's no reason to not use the X3D unless they just want to save money. Really, the only reason why you would buy a 7950X versus an X3D is because it's cheaper.
My people are used to the desert life.
Am I on the latest Master BIOS? I assume so, unless there's an even newer one.
Sandstorms behind
How does the new heat hearth... What? The what? Oh, heat sink? Oh, yeah, the heat sink. Yeah, it's different looking. I can show you what it looks like. Hold on, let me find it. X670, Aorus Elite, AX, and then we have to also find the second revision. Okay, so here they are. So let's show the first one. So this is the original one. You can see here the heatsink is really flat. I don't know if this picture is going to show up good. I'm trying to zoom in, but it doesn't want to zoom in on this because Gigabyte uses some kind of weird dynamic CSS or something, and they're like making it not zoom in. But anyway, the heatsink is a flat, thin piece of aluminum.
We mercs have one simple rule.
And the revision 1.1, here's the newer one. So see how it's got finned array and it's stacked? That's the newer one. Now, I personally think the original one, from a aesthetics point of view, the original one looks nicer. I like how they have that silver contrasting with the black. But the newer one has just mostly black. But this is the revision one. It's revision 1.1. The main difference, besides the color scheme, is the heatsink for the Gen 5 drive. That's it. That's literally the only thing that's different. Yeah, exactly. So if you want to run a Gen 5 SSD, then you definitely do not want this one. And honestly, it's not that big of a deal because most Gen 5 SSDs have their own... They come with their giant heatsink. Unless you don't want it, unless you want to buy like a... let's see... Crucial Gen 5. See, like this, for example, versus this.
What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely...
Okay, see, this is a Gen 5. This is currently the fastest SSD in the world. This is the fastest SSD in the planet. Currently, for now. It used to be the one that I have. The one that I have is the Inland, which is Micro Center's brand. So that one was the Inland TD510, which is the second fastest NVMe drive. But anyway, this one, hold on, do they have it? Yeah, this one. So I did a video on this. This is the one that I have. Actually, guys, this is the one that we are streaming off of right now. Like, this PC that I'm using is literally using this Gen 5 SSD as we speak right now. That is the boot drive, or it's on there. And so read speeds up to 10 gigabytes per second, write speeds 9.5 gigabytes per second. That is the second fastest, because the fastest is this guy, 12.4 gigabytes per second, almost 12 gigabytes per second write. But this one doesn't have a heatsink. So if you're going to get this SSD, you want to be using the revision 1.1 Aorus Elite, because it has the big heatsink. If you put it with this, you're going to cook that SSD and it's not going to work. It's going to throttle. It's going to constantly thermal throttle while you're reading or writing from it. And it's not going to be good. Now, they do sell one that includes a adequate passively cooled heatsink. So if you get this, then you can ignore the one that comes with a motherboard. So it's not that big of a deal.
Tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything.
Fastest, yes. Fastest consumer SSD.
Take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
A 970 Evo Plus is like a Gen 3, but yeah. You got SN 570 only for gaming. It's nice and it doesn't overheat. That's a Western Digital. That's a Gen 4 that goes in the PlayStation 5. How important is DRAM cache on an NVMe as an OS drive? It's relatively important. Most high-end drives already have adequate cache, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Yeah, it kind of depends though, like what you do. If you're doing a lot of like constant long data transfers of large files often, then yeah, this would be better than one that has like a higher I/O. But the IOPS are, yeah, at some point, you don't really notice the difference, to be honest. So, because I know the IOPS on this are probably not as good as the Samsung, actually. See, like, this is 1.5. So this is basically 1.5 million IOPS for random read and write. I forgot what the Samsung one was. This is a 5-year warranty. But I just wanted to make sure that I had that PCI 5 check mark next to my SSD. That's kind of what that was about. Just to try it out, just to make sure, like, I have a Gen 5 slot. Let's use a Gen 5 drive. Because every single one of my NVMe drives are Gen 3. I have a ton of Gen 3 drives. I have... The only Gen 5 drive that I have is this one. And then every other NVMe drive in my PC is a Gen 3 drive. And then the only Gen 4 drive that I have is in the PlayStation 5. And the only reason why I bought a Gen 4 drive over a Gen 3 drive was specifically because the PlayStation 5 says that you need to use a Gen 4 drive. So that's why I did that. So there's a 2 terabyte. It's a Micro Center one. I forgot the model. It's an Inland something, but it's inside the PS5, and it's been in there since like what 2021, and it's been fine. Did you know that NVMe SSDs have SLC SSD chips to go up to 200 gigabyte even that? Yes. How did you know that the motherboard lacks heat sinks and would cook the M.2? How did I know that the motherboard? What do you mean? I literally looked at it. I looked at it. I can tell by looking at this visually that it doesn't have a good enough heatsink for the Gen 5, and hence the reason why they had a revision change with one that has a taller one. I guess, to answer it more in depth, I have the Aorus Master. The Aorus Master, let's see, is there a way for me to get to that from here? Where is it? Why do they have to make it all weird with this thing? Like, I just want to find... do they have a search? This. So, this is the motherboard that I use in the main PC. And this one comes with an adequate Gen 5 heatsink. So, when I compared this to the one on the Elite, on this one, I could clearly tell that this is not a good heatsink. So, and Gen 5 SSDs, they run really hot because they run really fast. They typically use around 10 watts. Anywhere from like 7 to 10 watts. Or even, in some cases, I think 11 watts peak. So, because of that, you need to have a good heatsink on there. Or you have to have active cooling. And I don't want to run active cooling because active cooling is really loud. Because you have to run a really small fan in close proximity to that SSD. And the main thing that runs hot on an SSD is the actual controller. The flash controller typically at the front of the SSD, near the fingers there, are what's running hot. Not so much the flash chips, but actually, those do heat up, but the controller runs really hot. And all of these Gen 5 SSDs, they all feature the exact same Phison E26 controller. I think it's mentioned somewhere in this marketing material. But they're all using, yeah, see right here, they have a cross-section of this where they show, if I zoom in a little bit, you can kind of see the cross-section. Under there, that part right there is the thing that runs really hot. That's the Phison E26. The trouble I'm running into right now is I need more storage. I was thinking of getting a 4 terabyte. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the 4 terabytes to come down in price when it comes to flash. Otherwise, just get like a really big hard drive. But it depends on what you need to store. Like if you're storing games, then yeah, you're gonna need like flash memory. Gen 5 drives are pretty hard to cool. Yeah. Is it good for PCI 4? Oh, so you're asking if you can use this with the PCI 4? You probably could get away with it. It's not as good as the heat sinks that are featured on the Gen 4 drives that are meant for the PlayStation 5, but it is similar. It's almost the same size as a PlayStation 5's heatsink. So when I say PlayStation 5 heatsink, I'm talking about, for example, if we just do a... Let's just look at all their SSDs. Let me try to find the one that I have. This one? Well, that's an 8 terabyte, but yeah, so this is the one. This is the drive that I'm currently using with the PlayStation 5 right now. So notice the heatsink, it's not super tall. In fact, the PlayStation 5, when Gen 4 SSDs first came out, they used to feature these really tall heatsinks, kind of like RAM heat spreaders. But because the PlayStation 5 requires a specific Z height, they had to do a revision change pretty much for almost all the SSD manufacturers to be able to be compatible with the PlayStation 5. So this one fits with the PS5 just fine. But yeah, like, it's got a certain amount of Z height. You can't really see that. Whereas this Aorus Elite is actually pretty flat. It doesn't have a lot of Z height on that heatsink. So I guess what I would say is you can probably get away with running it with a Gen 4 just fine. You wouldn't have any problems. But it's not the best at cooling. And I think that's ultimately why they did a revision change to the 1.1.
But at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get. And whether you take on the challenge...
But yeah, this is the one that I'm currently running in the PS5, and it's done fine for what, like, it's been in there for like 2 years at this point. Gen 1, PCI NVMe, 5 SSD are hard skip. They all are super hot in operation. Next generation NVMe will have better lower power. Yeah, that's the whole idea, right? Like the early adopter thing. Now, I think the Crucial, like this one, is a lot better than this one. But I haven't had any problems with mine. And I'm not running the fan with mine either. And it's been fine. And I've had it since January at this point. So I'm one of the earliest adopters. In fact, if you guys look up the PCI 5 on YouTube, I'm one of the first people on YouTube to have actually done a video about a Gen 5 SSD. I think there was like one other like independent reviewer, and then there was some tech outlet out of Germany that tested Gen 5. Or I don't even know if they tested Gen 5, maybe not. But I know they looked at like Forspoken, because Forspoken and direct storage games are like the one game or the one example where the faster your SSD, it's actually a benefit to the system performance. I actually show that in a video. If you guys watch, like, I did a Forspoken, it was like SATA SSD, versus Gen 3 versus Gen 5. And the Gen 5 SSD actually had a higher average FPS than the others. So kind of strange, but that's because of the direct storage and because of the way it streams texture data straight from the SSD into the VRAM, but the CPU is having to do the decompression. So
My people are used
if you're using SN 770 for Windows, make sure you download their software because it doesn't have DRAM cache and it uses system RAM.
storms behind for a better life.
Okay. Let's see, did I answer all the questions? Get the Corsair SSD water block? Oh, that was a joke. The controller gets hot. What about the Tai Chi? Oh, the Tai Chi. Someone had asked about the Tai Chi.
See is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge.
Sid asked about the Tai Chi Gen 5. That was the B650 E Tai Chi. Oh yeah, that one's fine. Yeah, see, it's next to the RAM for one thing, and I actually like that placement for the drive because your intake fans from the front of the chassis are going to provide active airflow over the heatsink. So I actually like that placement more than the one that goes between the CPU and the GPU.
Whoever pays the most is your new
But this one's got a decent amount of Z height to it so that it won't be a problem. Yeah, this is a pretty decent motherboard. The nice thing about it, it does include USB 4, so you do get Thunderbolt and full PCIe tunneling on that USB-C port on the back of the motherboard. It includes the Intel JHL 8540 Thunderbolt 4 controller natively on this motherboard. So that's actually a pretty decent value considering you get Thunderbolt 4, you don't get 10 gigabit LAN, but you get Thunderbolt 4, so you get a 40 gigabit Thunderbolt port on the back. You get your optical audio, you get a pair of, I think those yellow ports are 10 gig USB type A. Then you get a bunch of 5 gig USB. Oh, the teal one next to the Thunderbolt port is a 10 gig USB port. Why do you think ASRock made the Tai Chi Lite other than price? Or why do I think I don't know much about the Tai Chi Lite. I really don't know much about that motherboard. ASRock Tai Chi Lite AM5. This one. Okay. It looks almost the same. Well, hold on. It does look different. Oh, I see. So they don't have as much cooling?
My people are used to the desert life.
It's got 1, 2,
Hope that one day they'll be able to find
3 NVMe drive slots.
sandstorms behind for a better life.
PCI 5. So it's B650E. That means it's 24 lanes of Gen 5. It still has the Thunderbolt port. It has the exact same I/O on the back. So I don't know what's different other than it has less stuff on the board covering it up. No, it has the exact same. It's exactly the same. Wait, where did that picture go? I literally saw the picture a second ago. I turned away and it... Oh, right here. No, it's the same. Exactly the same as the regular Tai Chi. It has 4 SATA. That one had 4 SATA. No, it's not any different on the SATA. The only thing that I can tell is the chipset doesn't have as much cooling. Like this has this RGB light thing at the bottom. The light doesn't have that. It's basically nothing's there. So I don't know. Like if 280 and it has Thunderbolt on there, that's actually a pretty good deal. Now, this motherboard did not exist when I did all my videos about X670 and B650. So that's why I don't have any info on it. But the thing is, it looks pretty much identical to the full Tai Chi. It just has less aluminum, I guess.
Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
It has the Intel Killer E3100 and the Intel Wi-Fi 6E. There it is. The USB 4 is basically a Thunderbolt port, so you get the full phone charging, all that good stuff. It's basically less aluminum. They save money by using less aluminum. It still has the polychrome sync on the side. So you still have the lights. So here we've got Blazing M.2. Blazing? So here's the thing. You guys have to understand ASRock's dialect. ASRock speaks a specific marketing dialogue. When they say blazing, blazing is the word for PCIe Gen 5. When you hear the word blazing, you have to think you have to train your mind to think PCIe 5. You know, you got to be like a translator. Like you're translating from English to Spanish or English to Portuguese. When you hear blazing, you think PCIe Gen 5. That's what blazing M.2 SSD means in ASRock language. And when you hear the word hyper M.2, the word hyper means PCIe Gen 4 SSD. I'm teaching you guys the vocabulary because you got to understand ASRock's vocabulary. They speak a specific language. Open the BioStar Valkyrie page. Oh no, I don't want to speak BioStar today. I think I'm good. I can speak ASRock. I've gotten pretty good at speaking ASRock. I don't want to speak BioStar. I don't want to go there. Like that's a more involved language learning lesson there. Blazing 42069 is all I know. Okay, and then there's this Wi-Fi 6E stuff that you can't even really use because most routers don't even support it right now. And then here's your Gen 3 2x2, so 20 gig. So when it says Gen 2x2, that means 20 gig. When it says Gen 2, it means 10 gig. And we're talking about USB. And when it says USB 3.0, it just says USB 3.0 or 3.2. That means 5 gig. You think the board is worth 280? Yes, I do. And for one reason and one reason. Well, okay, two reasons. Two reasons, but the main reason is... Oh, I can't zoom in. Man, what is up with these motherboard manufacturers? They don't let me zoom in on their website. Hold on, is there a gallery? Let's go to the gallery. So here's the reason why this is an excellent value. Number one, the most important reason why this is an excellent choice at $280. Down here at the bottom, it has the much sought after and coveted 7-segment display, also known as the postcode debug LED display. You get your 8.8. That thing, typically, if you want one of those, you have to spend $350 on a B650E if you wanted one of these. If you wanted one of these on an X670E, you were spending $500. And that is the reason why there was a lot of criticism of the AM5 platform at launch, because people were looking at motherboards and they were looking at specs and they're like, okay, I want my debug. And they're like, wait, why do I have to pay $500 for a motherboard? So that's the main reason where the criticism came from. But you get Thunderbolt and you get a postcode and you get Gen 5 SSD and you get Gen 5 future support compatibility with a graphics card. So for example, the RTX 5090 from NVIDIA and the AMD, whatever they call the successor to the XTX, whether it's the 8900 XTX or 99 XTX or whatever they end up calling it, that card and NVIDIA's next generation rest assured, those two GPUs from AMD and NVIDIA will be Gen 5 capable. So you don't want to be with a GPU that can't do Gen 5, or let me rephrase that. You don't want to be on a motherboard that locks you out of future compatibility. So the fact that this has a Gen 5 slot for the graphics card, while also supporting a Gen 5 SSD, this has full forward compatibility with technology that is barely even available today. So that plus Thunderbolt plus the postcode at $280, this is actually an excellent value considering how expensive everything else has gotten in the past couple of years. How much performance will an M.2 lose if it goes through the chipset? Barely nothing. Barely nothing. You won't bottleneck it. Don't worry about the chipset.
I hope that one day they'll be able to find
But I will tell you that this Gen 5 drive, the blazing M.2 drive, is wired to the CPU. It doesn't go through the chipset. The spec. In fact, you guys want to look at that? Let's analyze this. Let's go in depth on this. Let's look at the manual. Let's do the deep dive. We might as well do the full deep dive. All right, here we go. B650E Tai Chi Lite. What we always want to do is we want to look at the actual two things. So right here. So one thing that you'll notice right there, Dr. Debug. Right there. We've got Dr. Debug. That's the postcode. You do not have a Thunderbolt header because you don't need one because it already has Thunderbolt. Literally right here. Notice how they say TB1. Thunderbolt right there. So there's your Thunderbolt. That's the 40 gig. And then you've got all this. It's got a really good amount of USB. What is this? 11 USB? 11 USB is a very good number. Plus the Thunderbolt. So, what else we got? This is what I wanted to look at. How do I rotate this thing? Right here. Okay, let's do the deep dive and see how this is wired. So, you have the CPU and you have the chipset. Right up here at the top, Gen 5 X16, full 16 lanes, no compromise, full bandwidth to the graphics card all the time. No sharing lanes. So that's really good. So we're off to a good start. Next, you have a 4 lanes of Gen 5 to an M.2. This is the blazing M.2 slot. This is the blazing M.2 slot. So that supports a Gen 5 drive directly to the CPU. Very, very low latency. No bottleneck. Full bandwidth. And then right here, 4 more lanes of Gen 5. Now here is something that I think ASRock could have done differently. I don't agree with how they did this. And I'll explain why. But what they did is they took 4 lanes of Gen 5 and they soldered it directly to an Intel USB 4, aka Thunderbolt 4, controller, the Maple Ridge controller. I have multiple YouTube videos talking about Thunderbolt 4. One is for Gigabyte, one is for ASRock. But this is, in this case, this is ASRock. So what they have done is they have taken the second display port, the display out, from the integrated Ryzen CPU. So what that means is over here, you'll notice that you have an HDMI port on the motherboard. So the first display, DP0 and DP1, the first display, the first native display connects to the HDMI port. What that means, for those that don't know, is imagine if you were to run your computer without a graphics card. If you plug in the HDMI port to a monitor and you plug a USB-C like this right here, for instance. This is a Thunderbolt. You can see the little lightning bolt. This is a Thunderbolt 4 cable. On both ends, it has the Thunderbolt logo. If you were to plug this into the motherboard port right here, USB Type-C right there, that's on the back of the motherboard, and you plug the other end into a monitor that supports USB-C,
Tough adversary.
or the other end could also be DisplayPort. You can actually drive a monitor. You can use a monitor with the USB-C port on this ASRock Taichi motherboard. Because what they have done, ASRock has literally soldered the DisplayPort 1 input into the Intel controller so that you can drive a monitor via USB-C or USB-C to DisplayPort. Because this is using something called DisplayPort Alt Mode. There is USB 4 compatible cable now. Yeah, and this cable is compatible with USB 4. So this is just an example. So for those that don't know, this cable, I use this with AverMedia Live Gamer Bolt. This is a 4K 60 external, no latency, Thunderbolt 3 capture card from AverMedia. So just kind of FYI on what that's for. And what I could do, I could use this exact capture card with the ASRock's USB-C port. Meaning if I plug my capture card, my external 4K 60 HDR supported capture card into that USB port on the ASRock Taichi, I could use this to stream and record footage from either another PC or, more realistically, an Xbox Series X or a PlayStation 5. This is the secret method that Twitch streamers use to live stream PlayStation 5, aka console games, at 4K 60 without anyone knowing that they're going through a capture card. Basically, that's how it's done. So anyway, that gives you an idea of why Thunderbolt is such a big deal on these modern motherboards. So anyway, you've got Thunderbolt on there, but there's a downside to this. But the cool thing is it goes straight into the CPU. Again, it's bypassing the chipset completely, so it's full bandwidth. However, the downside is the Intel controller, the Maple Ridge controller, is... Let's see if the chat... Now here comes the pop quiz question to see if people actually know their stuff. What is the system requirements for the Intel USB 4 controller? How much bandwidth does it require? Let's see if people in the chat know what I'm talking about, because there's a negative aspect for doing this. So let's see if anybody knows what the answer is. The question is, what is the required bandwidth for the Intel Maple Ridge controller? Alright, I'm going to give a few more seconds for people to answer. I can see some answers in here. Someone said 56 or 64K, 64 kilobit. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the correct answer is Ty's answer. Ty got it right. PCIe Gen 3 4 lanes. So notice that we're using PCIe 5 4 lanes. The correct answer is Gen 3. So a Maple Ridge Thunderbolt 4 controller only requires 4 lanes of Gen 3. So you can see, why is this bad? Why is it bad? Because ASRock is potentially wasting their PCIe 5 bandwidth by connecting it to a Gen 3 controller. That is to say, what they could have done alternatively is they could have wired the Intel controller to the 4-lane Gen 4 down here on the chipset, and instead they could offer a second Gen 5 drive up here as an alternative.
I hope that one day they'll be able to find
So that is something that they could have done differently. They're wasting bandwidth. They're wasting Gen 5 bandwidth by connecting to a Gen 3 device. That's the downside. So what they could have done is, instead of wiring this here, they could have wired the an M.2 drive here. So they could have given you M.2_1 and M.2_2 as two PCIe Gen 5 drives that both go directly to the CPU. That would make for an insanely fast RAID 0 configuration with two drives, full PCI 5 bandwidth, straight to the CPU. That would have been really nice, but they didn't do that. So I guess for cost reasons or one thing or another, they opted to do it this way. So that is one negative aspect of the motherboard. But the motherboard is still offering you really good value because you're still getting Thunderbolt, you're still getting the postcode, and you're still getting the ability to drive two monitors, one off of HDMI and the other one off of DisplayPort alt mode on USB-C, off of the Thunderbolt controller because of this. So that's the reason why I'm a big fan of motherboard manufacturers that clearly show you the block diagram, because they literally give you all the answers in the diagram, so you know, oh, I can actually plug a monitor into my USB-C port and it'll actually work. Four lanes of Gen... Right, yes, that's correct. One Gen 5 lane is equal to 4 lanes of Gen 3. And someone mentioned the E-clock. There was a comment about the E-clock earlier. Let me go back. What was that about? The Type-C port works as display outputs, which can be handy. You use one of the ports that way. Yeah. Yep. You like the way they've done the blazing thing? It's super close to the CPU. Yeah, it gets cooling from the intake fans. The MSI Ace does that as well. Let's see. Infinity XTX. How much performance? Somebody had mentioned there was a comment earlier about the E-clock. I can't find it though. Or I thought I saw one. Never mind. I guess it wasn't there. Anyway. So that's why that's a really good one. I mean, it's still a really good motherboard regardless of them wasting bandwidth. But, I mean, the alternative was to do what? Put a X4 slot here. And then have a Thunderbolt header. So they could have done that too. And then the chipset is pretty standard stuff. They've got... Here's the 20 gig. So the 20 gig USB Type A... Or no, it says Type C. Oh, it's a front panel. This is the front header. So this is for a case that supports a 20 gig USB-C. And then you have... Yes, Prom 21 is short for Promontory. Promontory is the name of the chipset. It's been like that since the first generation of Ryzen. And then they have an as media to translate to a USB 3.2, like a 5 gig. I'm not sure why they do it that way. As far as I understand, like, you don't need as media controllers for the USB ports because the chipset offers a lot of them natively, as shown here. So I'm not exactly sure why they need an as media controller. That's kind of weird. Another thing that they've done interestingly that's different, that sticks out to me, is ASRock opted to plug in their Realtek audio on the chipset. I have seen a lot of other manufacturers, particularly Gigabyte, they plug the onboard audio directly into the CPU because the AMD CPUs are unique in that they offer USB ports on them. You actually have USB ports that plug directly into the CPU. This is something that is significantly different from Intel because Intel typically runs everything through their chipset. They've changed a little bit over the years, but in general, all USB ports on an Intel motherboard connect into the chipset. None of them go straight to the CPU. And most of the M.2 drives also go through the chipset. I believe there's only one native one that really goes into the CPU, meant to be a boot drive, and any other one that goes to the CPU will share lanes with the graphics card. That's the reason why I don't like Z790. I've criticized Z790 multiple times for that reason, because they do a lot of resource sharing of lanes when it comes to the CPU lanes. So, You've got SATA. The only thing, another negative thing about this motherboard, although this doesn't really matter too much for a B650 chipset, you cannot do RAID 0 with the SATA ports. So the reason why you can't do RAID on your SATA ports, all 4 of them do not support RAID, is because they go through the ASMedia 1061. The ASMedia 1061 is essentially a splitter. What it does is it takes one lane of Gen 3 and it splits it out to 2 individual SATA ports. And because of that, you cannot use RAID with those SATA ports. So that is one thing worth mentioning. So this is the sort of thing that often happens is someone will go buy a motherboard and then they can't get RAID working and they can't understand why. And then they come to figure out that, oh, it has ASMedia chipsets on the SATA, so you can't do RAID. You know, those are the sort of things, those are the pitfalls that people who don't know, either they don't really read the documentation or they don't really, I don't know, they just kind of assume things are going to work, and then they're disappointed when they find out that it doesn't work. Okay, so the only thing that is sharing lanes is the third M.2 drive and the X4 PCIe slot. So this is one thing that is worth noting, because what this means is you have to choose, do you want a third M.2 drive or do you want to run an X4 peripheral, whether that is a graphics card. But remember, if you run a second graphics card, it's only going to be running at X4 Gen 4, which is not terrible, but that does mean that it is going to run more like an external GPU. And most external GPUs are actually PCI Gen 3 X4. So this is actually better than an external GPU. Oh, you meant the B clock on the board? Still, where was that? That was over here? Yeah. Yeah, most of these motherboards all have external clock generators.
But still, I hope that
But what this could be useful for, this could be very useful if you wanted to run an internal 4K 60 capture card. So you'd have to pick and choose, do you want a third M.2 or like a 4K 60 capture card? Because 4K 60 typically requires 4 lanes of PCI Gen 2 bandwidth. So the best example I can give you is the Elgato 60 Pro or MK60 or whatever they call it. And then AverMedia has the Live Gamer 4K. Those are both rated for PCI 4 or PCI Gen 2 X4. So those would work in here. But if you're not using those, then you would just use a third M.2 drive. And the alternative is, of course, like I mentioned earlier, you can use a USB-based external capture card, like this Thunderbolt capture card. That is if that was actually needed. I'm just giving you guys a lot of examples of use cases of what, like, these are the sort of things that go through my mind when I'm thinking about a build. Like, what is it going to actually be used for? Is it going to be for streaming? Is it going to be for just playing games? Is it going to be used as kind of like a workstation, home PC, that kind of stuff? Like, the use case matters a lot when it comes to choosing these motherboards. And that's why you should definitely look at the block diagram before choosing a motherboard. So with the main negatives of the board would be PCI slot placement, 3 M.2 slots, no RAID 0. Well, I wouldn't say 3 M.2 slots is a negative thing, because you're dealing with the budget chipset. See, the difference between the here, let's look at the X670E Taichi. Let's just use this as an example. The primary difference between X670 and B650 is, so now we're going to look at X670E just as a quick comparison. The main difference is this. Right here. X670 is literally 2 daisy-chained Promontory 21 chips.
We mercs have
1 and 2. So what that means is you get more connectivity over B650E. That means you don't have to compromise on M.2 drives. You're always going to get 4 M.2 drives, if not more. But you get less lane sharing. So for example, with the X670E Taichi, you have 4 SATA drives down here that all support RAID. These can do RAID, but these up here cannot. See? So there are differences like that. Here again is the Intel Thunderbolt thing. Now the difference is the X670E Taichi offers a second USB-C. You get 2 Thunderbolt 40 gig ports on the X670E version. So that's basically a whole nother port. So you can actually drive 3 monitors, 1 off of HDMI and 2 off of these USB-C ports. And it has an X8. It has the rare X8 slot, so you can do like dual GPU. This is typically designed for SLI or Crossfire. Now this motherboard doesn't support SLI, nor does it support NVLink, because ASRock did not pay NVIDIA for the licensing fee that NVIDIA charges to be able to run SLI or multi-GPU. So that is one thing that I'll mention, just because if someone was going to ask if they can do SLI, the answer is no, but they can do dual AMD cards. But anyway, that's the main difference. The main difference is this second chip offers way more USB and way more connectivity. So that's the difference between a B650 and an X670. An X670 is really 2 B650s combined. So what I would say the negatives are on this motherboard, the main thing is no RAID, although for most people that doesn't really matter anymore because M.2 drives are so fast. It's like, why do you need RAID 0? So it's kind of a technology that is moving to be exclusively enterprise focused, but it is something worth mentioning. So no RAID. You only get 1 USB-C port versus 2 on the X670. Although, again, at this price point, you can't really knock it for that. It's already giving you like a lot of value compared to the other one, because the other one is like a $500 motherboard. So you're paying almost half for almost the same amount of stuff. You're just missing 1 M.2 drive, and you don't get that X8 slot. That's really the only thing. So would I recommend this motherboard? Yeah, I think it's a decent motherboard, especially at that price. It's sub $300, and it's giving you the full 24 lanes of Gen 5. So to me, that's a win in terms of the value for money. So it's a good one. It's definitely an A-tier motherboard, or if not even S-tier. The price being where it's at, this could be an S-tier motherboard. It's not really... I mean, like, literally, you have to weigh the pros and cons of, do you actually need RAID? Are you going to actually use RAID 0 with SATA drives? And most people would probably say no. So it's really a non-issue when you think about it. So it's a good board. Postcode's there, sub $300. This is literally the only sub $300 motherboard that actually has a postcode. And the postcode is very useful if you're doing memory overclocking, or you're just trying to overclock your memory to like 7200 or higher. You really want that postcode so you know what's going on. You want to make sure that it's not stalling. So that's a really good thing to have. All right, so I guess that answers that. What's 370? Oh, B650E Taichi. Yeah, the full one.
And whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
We can look at that one as well, just to compare them. Hold on, what do I have here? Oh, this is the X670. So if we go to the full one, No, not the Tai Chi Lite. Oh, this one? Yeah, this one. So this one... 1, 2... Are you sure it has 4? It only shows that it has 3. I think it's the same. This is the full Tai Chi. And it's exactly the same. Yeah, no, it's the same. It still only has 3 M.2 drives. It has a Gen 5, and it has a Gen 4, and it has another Gen 4, which you have to choose between that or the chipset. This is literally the exact same layout. There's really nothing different. The difference is one of them is cheaper, and it has less, I guess, aluminum on it. I don't know. Like, it literally looks exactly the same. Oh, the Asus. The Asus B650E-E. Yes, but the way the Asus does that is with a lot of sharing. It's a lot of sharing to achieve that. So you got a lot of bandwidth sharing. I covered that in a video months ago. The B650E-E gaming Wi-Fi from Asus. This one. So, the way it does this is sharing. So, it's not like it's that great, because where Tai Chi is lacking in some things like RAID, it makes up for in not having to worry about shared resources. Now, what Asus is able to do is Asus is able to come in and say, hey, look, we've got all this connectivity and it's all good. But the reality is that there's a lot of lane sharing going on in order to achieve that. It even tells you. Now, the thing that I don't like about Asus, and this is the reason why I tend to not recommend Asus anymore, and it has nothing to do with all the controversy around Asus that cropped up this year. It really has to do with Asus's lack of publicly visible documentation. So Asus, for one thing, they hide their block diagram. So if you guys notice, we were able to easily look at the connectivity on the B650 motherboard from ASRock. However, Asus will not show you their block diagram. So the only way that you can determine if they're sharing or not is by having to read the fine print and all the various asterisks in their configuration. So for example, they tell you clearly, RAID is not supported on SATA A6G_E-1 through 4. So the 4 SATA ports don't support RAID. That means that the Asus B650E-E is using the exact same as media splitters that the Tai Chi is using. So it's exactly the same. They tell you that where is it? Somewhere in here. So total, it says total 4 M.2 slots. M.2_1 is a Gen 5 slot. Okay, that's exactly the same as the Tai Chi. M.2_2 is a 4.0 PCIe slot. So that's basically the same as the second drive on the Tai Chi and the Tai Chi Lite. Now, here they go. M.2_3 supports 5.0 or PCI Gen 5 X4. So that's believable too. Now, what's weird here is Asus is claiming that all 3 of these drives are wired directly to the CPU. That automatically raises a red flag because that breaks the lane count available from the CPU. Like, what this tells me, this means that if you install all three of the, if you populate all three of these drives, or these slots with M.2 drives, you're going to run your graphics card at X8. I have a hunch that this is going to result in cutting the GPU lanes in half. But they're not telling you that straight up in the product page. It's hidden away in the manual somewhere. So the fourth M.2 is a Gen 4 drive slot off of the chipset. Okay, that's exactly like the one on the Tai Chi. So we're going to have to go into the manual to dig that up and prove that there is some kind of sharing going on. So let's go to the manual. ROG, where's the user? We want the English user manual. Okay, let's go here. Okay, here we go, manual time. Now, one thing I don't like is they do not show you the block diagram. So you have to basically waste a lot of time reading through the motherboard manual trying to figure out what can do what. So let's go down here. So we've got we got four M.2 slots, and we've got 3 PCIe slots. We have 4 SATA ports, and none of them support RAID. So they're using as media splitters. Okay, right here. Right there. I found it. PCIe X16_1. This is literally the top PCIe slot. This is the one where the graphics card goes. Notice it says X8. Notice it says M.2_3, the third M.2. When M.2_3 is occupied with an SSD device, your graphics card will run X8 only. There you go. I proved it live. Right there. So that means that this one right here, this third slot that is wedged between the second and third M.2 drives, this thing basically steals lanes off of the graphics card slot in order to run. And then it ends up wasting 4 more lanes. Because this only needs 4 lanes, and the GPU slot has 16. So the GPU's like, okay, I'll give you 8 lanes out of my 16. I'll keep 8. You can have 8. And then the slot's like, well, I only need 4. So I'm just going to toss these 4 other lanes out the window in the trash. So there you go. 4 lanes of PCI 5 in the trash. Good job, ASUS. I wish they could have shown that in a block diagram, because it's kind of annoying to have to go through all this like text and read through all this stuff to try to find this. And they don't list it on the website. Like, you literally have to go in the manual to see that. So that's the thing that's kind of annoying about ASUS. So, ASUS, you're going to jail now. It's not that ASUS is bad, it's just ASUS just has lousy documentation. Because, you know, there's an old saying, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Like, show me a picture that I can clearly see where everything is. I don't need to read through paragraphs and one-liners and all this other stuff to figure out what I can and cannot do with the motherboard, or what are the limiting factors of the motherboard. So anyway, so that's the reason why the Strix E-E, I mean, it's okay, but it's like, it's not actually better than the Tai Chi. You're paying $350, and the documentation's poor, and you don't really, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like you might as well just buy the Tai Chi Lite. Because this thing doesn't even have Thunderbolt. Keep in mind that the ASUS Strix does not have Thunderbolt. Now, you can add Thunderbolt to this motherboard right here. So notice right here, TB_header. That is the Thunderbolt header. Now, the one thing about ASUS, though, that I don't like is ASUS is the only brand that uses their own proprietary or custom Thunderbolt header cable that none of the other vendors use. So what that means is ASRock and Gigabyte and MSI, they all use the same 5-pin standard plug for Thunderbolt and USB 4. Asus, in all their infinite wisdom, decided to make some kind of crazy, like, 12-pin plug for Thunderbolt. It was like, okay, that is the reason why when you buy an Asus, if you were to go on, say, Amazon, and if you were going to buy a Asus Thunderbolt 4 expansion card, this thing costs way more money. You can see it right here. 164. Look at the difference between this and the Gigabyte. The Gigabyte one, and I actually have this one, costs $90. The Asus one is significantly more. And the funny thing is, this one seems like it's going to sell out more quicker than the other one because a lot of people just buy Asus motherboards. So they're spending way more money because Asus charges for, I guess, the Asus tax because they made some custom cable or whatever. Anyway, the point is, I'm not trying to bash Asus. It's just, I look at these things and I feel like you can get the exact same experience without having to pay the Asus tax. Just saying. Just something to think about, you know? Like, Gigabyte, $90 for a Thunderbolt add-in card. Asus, $165. You know? They do the exact same thing, you know? Like, why does this one cost that much more money? Well, because it only works with their specific Thunderbolt header cable that no one else uses. You stop giving Asus money? Yay me. Yeah. So anyway, there's stuff like that. I mean, it's not a bad motherboard. It's not a bad motherboard. Look, it's got the debug code up here in the top right. You know, you've got your 3 PCIe slots. And you can effectively populate 3 of the M.2 drives without having to worry about sharing. But you just can't use the one that's wedged between these two without cutting your GPU lanes in half. And someone might say, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal to cut my GPU lanes in half. Well, what if you're on a 1080 Ti? A 1080 Ti is a Gen 3 GPU. Do you really want to run your 1080 Ti at X8 Gen 3? I wouldn't. So anyway, there's a lot of thought that goes into deciding on a motherboard. It's one of those things where it's not like a super easy decision. You know, it's not about... Let's put it this way. It's not about blind brand loyalty, although some people will swear by a certain brand. You know, I'm willing to stick my neck out for Sapphire, because Sapphire is really good. Like, I've never had a problem with Sapphire. Their support's really good. Their GPU... I have Sapphire GPUs that are more than 10 years old, and they still work fine. I've never changed the thermal paste. I've never cleaned the heatsink, and they still work. Oh, wow, we got a new sub. And my notification was not in the right spot, so I had to move that over. Again, I wasn't used to streaming on this PC, so... But that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of, like, research and stuff. Yeah. That startled you? It's the third pulse, yeah. So anyway. So, the platform upgrades, you gotta think more about it objectively. You can't just be like, oh, I love Asus, let's get an Asus motherboard, and ignore all the others. Or, oh, I love MSI, forget about the others. It's all about the use case. When it comes to motherboards, you have to be way more objective in what you're buying, more so than, like, buying a GPU or something like that. Oh, the sub... Did I say I was going to change the sub sound? Oh, yeah, I was thinking of changing it. I just don't know what I would change it to, though. That's the thing. I was going to change it like 2 months ago, but I couldn't decide on what I wanted to make it do. And I was thinking of maybe doing the John Travolta meme because I talk about that one so often. Maybe I'll change the animation, but I need to figure out what sound goes well with the John Travolta meme. Anyway. Yeah, but yeah, Taichi's gonna be a good motherboard. That reminds me, why don't I do... Let's try doing like some fishing here. Let's do some of the fishing minigame. Because one thing that this game added with the new expansion is the underwater exploration as well. But I want to do the fishing because I'm trying to get that weapon. What's the origin of the sub sound again? It's 1, 2. Oh, hold on, I gotta remember who was in that. 1, 2, 3. It's either 3 or 4 different people laughing. Okay, let's see if the fish came back. See, do we have any fish? There's no fish here. Those fish down there, they don't bite. Those aren't the right ones. Man, there's still no fish. I tried to come here yesterday to see if there was any fish, and there was still none of them. Yeah, but I've been using that sub sound for like 2 years at this point. So it is kind of due for a refresh. Where's the boat? Oh, it's behind me. Oh, is there fish over here? I thought I saw some fish there. You're on the bandwagon to make Starfield Bethesda force DLSS XCSS into the game. Todd Howard? Who's Todd Howard? Who's that? Oh, that's the guy. How did I forget? Yeah, that's the guy who's in like every interview with Starfield. Yeah, Todd Howard. I didn't recognize the last name. I recognized the first name. Man, there's no fish in any of these places. Oh wait, no, that was the same spot. I guess we can go over here? This place reminds Marcelo of Forspoken. Or somebody said it reminds him of Forspoken. I think it was... I don't know if it was you. Maybe it was somebody else. Someone made the comment the other day that Fontaine in Genshin Impact makes them think of Forspoken's hub area, the main city. Oh, I need to collect these flowers. Yeah. See, I don't know. Forspoken, the city area doesn't have fountains like that. There's still no fish? Man, I guess it takes like 72 hours for the fish to respawn. Because I could have sworn I did the fishing on like Wednesday. Because I know I didn't do it during yesterday's stream. But I came through here and I was fishing. And I basically made the entire... I fished out the entire population of fish. To the point where there was like none of them left. So it's kind of like the Final Fantasy IX... Quina capturing the frogs and stuff. If you capture all the frogs, it takes longer for them to respawn. So I'm guessing they're on like a 72-hour respawn timer or something, because it's been like 2 days and I haven't seen any fish come through. So I don't have anything to do now. It's like I need the fish. The other thing that I need are the flowers. I need a bunch of flowers to ascend the characters. Oh, okay, so they respond. See, I need these blue things. The Lumidos Bell. It's like a French word or something. Anyway, I gotta get these. Need to collect these. The nice thing about these is they're in packs of 3. Anytime you find one of the vines or the stems, there's literally 3 all at once. So that's really good. Because she's the one that needs those flowers. See? I need 45 flowers, so I currently still need to find 6 more so I can ascend her to the next level and level her all the way up to level 80. And for this guy, I only need 4 more of the Rainbow Rose to ascend him. And then he'll be at level 80. So, I need to find those. So, see, it's not an MMO, but it plays a whole lot like an MMO. Like, in terms of the leveling, you have to go find the stuff, you gotta do the quests. Immortals of Avium gets updated PC requirements, confirms. Marcelo was asking about that game. I don't know. I'm kind of, like, I don't have any budget. As you can imagine, I just bought a 4090, so I don't really have any money now for a while. So I won't be able to buy any games for a while. Like, I gave myself budget to buy 2 games for this month. Those 2 games were Baldur's Gate 3 and Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon. So I've already pre-ordered Fires of Rubicon. So I will be playing that game. So Immortals of Avium is going to be one of those where it's like, unless it's some insanely good game, I won't get it until like some kind of Steam sale. So it looks like a cool game though. It looked pretty interesting in terms of the combat system. I'm trying to find these flowers. I'm so close. No, these haven't respawned yet. What about the ones over here? Where is this going? Oh, this is going way up here. See, this has that Legend of Zelda type feel to it, like the exploring. That's what makes this game really fun to play. Okay, so there's something over here. Free falling. Without a parachute. Okay, it's the Rainbow Rose. These are the ones that I need for the guy. So 1 here, 2. Now I need 2 more. And I just aggroed some giant whatever these things are. Okay, you know what? Whoa, that's a new enemy. I don't know what this thing is. It'll attack while under the protection of a geo shield. I got an achievement. Tom Clancy's Cell Splinter or something. I just got an achievement for that. I'm not even sure what I did. I did something right. Her skirt is a parachute. I like how Barbara just like shows up and is like la la la, and then and the enemy doesn't even attack her. It's like whatever. She isn't even like fighting or nothing. She's just there. Alright, well, Alien Life Core. That's new. I don't know what I did, but I unlocked an achievement during that battle. There's two randoms, like, digging in the dirt. I'll just take this. Oh, we can't have this guy. We can't have him, like, doing that. No.
Here comes the finale.
I like how this guy's like a magician. He's a magician who wears, like, girly, like... What is this? He's wearing, like... He's wearing, like, stockings? Is he wearing stockings? I just now noticed that. I thought he was wearing pants that didn't go all the way up. But he's wearing stockings? So, this guy has a top hat. He does magic tricks, and he fights with a bow and arrow.
Step right up.
And then Barbara just, like, does this. She has, like, no DPS because she's a healer. I want to see if she can crit for over 1,000. She just crit for over 2,000 with 2,146 damage. That's pretty good. Oh, that's why you thought he was a girl? Because he was wearing stockings? Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with this getup. This is some weird drip on a dude. Look, he's got like a... He's got one of those, like, kunoichi bows on his back, too. Alright, do I have enough of his flowers yet? Oh, I need one more. I'm at 44 out of 45. So, where can I go to get that? I guess I can go fly to the east. I think there's some stuff over to the east. Yeah, see, like I'm picking up something there. So the cool thing about this guy has an ability that it's called Trivial Observations. He literally shows you on the minimap where all the flowers are. Or where all the rare materials are for the nation of Fontaine. Basically, the expansion zones. If you don't have him, you basically have to look it up on Google to find out the location of all these rare items. But with him, he literally just shows them to me on the map. So I immediately know. It shows up as a hand. Like a hand on the map is where a flower is. So I can immediately go. I don't want to, like, land at the last second without the wings, because then I'll die, but... See, look, there's 3 of those. And then we got this thing and 3 more. Oh, these are not his. These are the sisters. So those were hers. So I need to find a place that has his. Just collect these flowers because you never know. Oh, that underwater stuff, that's gonna go... That's probably leads to a whole underground cave or something. Yeah, I don't see anything over here. Maybe over here? So the game turned into a collect... Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. But that's one of the reasons why this game is so easy to stream. Is because I don't have to think too much about it while playing this game and talking to the chat. It's not as highly engaging as something like Baldur's Gate or, you know, like Elden Ring. Those type of games require my full attention span to play those games effectively. Oh, again, it's more of her stuff. It's cool that I'm getting her flowers, because I do need them. But I'm so close to getting the Oh, there they are. Okay, finally. 1, 2. There's way more over there. 3, 4, 5. Okay. So now he has enough flowers. So now he just needs the boss material. So I gotta go fight the boss now. The crab. You're trying really hard to make me die on stream. Longer in those harder games. Well, we'll see what happens when I stream Fires of Rubicon. Because that's going to be a pretty challenging game. Because it's a From Software game. Alright, this boss fight is going to require water characters. Or water DPS. So we're going to need... These guys might be good, but I think we're going to go with Team Backstreet Boys. Although we're probably going to need to put a healer in here. Because these guys are just... If the Backstreet Boys go in here, they're going to get mowed down by a giant crab. So no, that won't work. They have no defense. Yeah, let's just swap out this guy. Although he has a decent shield. I want to run like a water or somebody that can do heals. I guess we have to run Barbara again. Where is she? Barbara's like the only healer that I have that is not level 10. See, he's 6, 7, 7, and oh, this guy's almost maxed out too. I guess we'll just use him, whatever. Oh, Met just posted the Samsung Odyssey 57-inch ultra-wide. That's like an ultra-wide 4K, so that's like 2 8K. Oh, wait, why is this guy almost dead? Going to attack its weak spot for multiple damage. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. Let's find out. Let's see. Oh, he would have died if he didn't have that heal. I need to break his shell.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Ouch. There. See, I broke the shell. But I don't have Shao. So this is gonna be a slower run. Slower boss fight. Alright, let's try this again. I need Venti to get this thing off. There. And I need Kaya to do this. And then I guess... that? No. Let's get this going. He burrowed and got his shell back, so I gotta break the shell again. I'm gonna do big AoE. Have to get out of the AoE. Venti needs to do this again. Swirl him. Ouch, I didn't get out of the way in time. Yeah, this group's damage is not that good compared to the one I was using yesterday, because I had Shao. There, I broke the shell. That was weak! That didn't crit at all. 9,000? He should have dealt like 21,000. If I critical, it's more than 20k. Oh, he killed... he died. But Barbara automatically revives him. She just Phoenix Downs. She'll like full life ally if they die. One time. I think it's like a 15-minute cooldown. It's kind of like the druid in World of Warcraft, how they can like res during combat.
Think you can get away?
Don't get frostbite. Freeze. Cool it.
Wow, Barbara actually broke the thing. Like, she broke the shell. This is the thing that I need. I need Emperor's Resolution, and I think I need 12 of them. So I'm at 7. Yeah, I need 12. So we still need 5 more. So I'm gonna have to fight this guy like 2 more times. Maybe 3 more times if I get unlucky. So we gotta wait for the respawn. Wait, he's up again? This guy's up that fast? What? How did the boss respawn so fast? Alright, well, I want to try a different group. I didn't really like that group. It didn't synergize that well. They really need to do a dark mode for the loading screen. Yeah, I know. Well, the thing is, at night, the loading screen is, so when in-game, when it's nighttime, it's a dark screen. During the daytime, in-game, it's a light screen. So they do it so that you know if it's like daytime or nighttime in the game. I guess we could use this group. Although fire shields, I feel like that's going to be kind of dumb against this character. So I'm probably going to bring in ice shields. We'll use her because apparently she uses ice shields. The loading time is insane, like 1 second. Yeah, that's because it's like a PCI Gen 5. This is PCI Gen 5 SSD. You guys got to remember, it's Gen 5, so your load times are really, really fast. If you guys remember my Forspoken video, History in the Making, I think Nisco, somebody put in a comment, History in the Making. Alright. Whoa, hold on. Before I attack the boss, let me make sure if... See, I was about to go in with a level 1 weapon. I had a feeling I was about to do something dumb like that. So we need a good weapon. Let's borrow the Favonius Sword because it has a lot of energy recharge. So we'll go with this. And then she's got whatever. So at least she doesn't have nothing. And then he's got good stuff. Barbara's using her healer stuff. And then Yai has these things. And the broken book. So we're good. Okay. So the first thing... This is going to be a different fight. Because it's going to go in a different order. So she needs to put the shield. And then Ito needs to toss his cow. Put this. And then Yai needs to do her lightning thingy all over this thing. And overload it. Oh, she was too close. She couldn't get away in time.
Emerge. Right now. I'm always watching. Emerge. Right now.
Fighting fire with electricity is
Let's dance.
not really that good, actually. So I've got a good shield, so we can tank these hits. I want to put this up. And I want to try to refresh her shield before we go in with this thing. Alright, let's go Ito. Oni coming through. Zergin, Unga Bunga him with the big beat stick. Man, it's so hard to break the shield. Alright, let's use Yai again.
Right now.
Lots of numbers. It makes me feel like I'm playing World of Warcraft with all these numbers. You see all the big numbers or the crit numbers? These boss fights can also be done in co-op with 4 other players. So in that regard, the game feels a lot more like an MMO when you're playing with 3 other players. It also has like a Monster Hunter World feel when you're hunting these boss monsters for their rare material drops. With other players, a party of 4, it feels a lot like I'm playing Monster Hunter World without a lot of the slowdown that exists with Monster Hunter.
Ready, steady, go.
This game makes me feel like an accountant.
Go, Bart. Thank you.
Wow, Yai she's always too close when he's gonna do the jump, the giant stomp.
Nothing lasts forever.
She's always in the line of fire there. Okay. Alright, did I get 3? Okay, I got 3, which means I only need to do this one more time. And then we'll level that guy up. This is actually okay. It's a rare elemental mastery piece. We're going to lock that so I don't accidentally throw it away. Here comes the load screen. It blinds everybody with the load screen. Okay, but that's kind of the new zone. I don't think I've got like 15 stamina on that. But we're good there. This game actually looks pretty good in HDR, though. Because it's got really good color. So on a really nice display, like the color palette looks really, really good. Like the colors look real bright. How good are your glasses to filter that bright light? They're not sunglasses. I remember somebody asked me on one stream, like, why do you always wear sunglasses on stream? I almost couldn't control myself from laughing because I was like, these are not sunglasses. So they're not good at
Their stories.
they're not sunglasses, but they're good at blocking out the blue light. So when someone thought that I was wearing sunglasses, I was like, wait, what? Sunglasses? Yeah, but so far, I feel like the RTX 4090, so my kind of initial impression of it, overall, it's a lot more well-behaved than the 3090 Ti, and I guess the 3090. I mean, I never had a 3090, so I can't really compare it to that. But I'll tell you guys this. Compared to the 3090 Ti, it is a lot quieter at full load, and it doesn't use as much power. But if you overclock the 4090, it can use the same amount of power as a 3090 Ti. Yeah, somebody said I was wearing sunglasses. I don't remember who it was. It was a long time ago. It was probably back in like March or so. It was probably during like the Last of Us live stream or the Jedi Survivor live stream. It was a while ago. But the 4090 is a good card. It's an expensive card, but it's a good card. And I think that's the reason why Nvidia tends to stay pretty dominant, is because they can put out a nice Halo product that makes people pay attention to them, but then the vast majority of consumers will end up buying their mid-range 4060 Ti in pre-builds, or maybe 4070. So that's pretty much what ends up happening, which is unfortunate because those cards are not actually very good value by comparison. So whereas AMD, I think, has a much more balanced lineup, and the price spread is not as crazy as it is on Nvidia's consumer side.
But alas, that
AMD is just the, what is it? Not the distant second, but they're like they're not even the fast second. They're kind of, well, they launched their stuff like a few months after Nvidia, but they're trying to be the fast second, but it doesn't really work for some reason. Also, why do you like the Sapphire Nitro? You're getting the Hellhound for aesthetics, but the Nitro looks really good too. So I don't know much about the Hellhound. I do have the Power Color Red Devil. So I have both. The Red Devil is a very good graphics card. There's nothing wrong with it. It's very quiet. Mine has no coil whine at all. Because I heard people say that they tend to have coil whine on high-end GPUs, particularly Power Color and MSI. But I have not had any coil whine with mine, so I'm probably lucky in that regard. But I would say that the difference between the Hellhound and the Nitro is the Nitro has a heavier cooler, and the Nitro is using a really big vapor chamber. As far as I know, they're using a large vapor chamber. It's like a really thick vapor chamber. And the the Nitro from Sapphire is using a full metal shroud. So, like, if we go look at it here, let me find it. Hold on, I think I actually have the...
Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days. Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their...
We gotta find Power Color. Here's Hellhound, and where's Nitro? So here's Nitro, and here's Hellhound. The Hellhound's not bad. It's a pretty nice card in the sense that it's also a dual 8-pin, so it's going to use less power. The backplate's metal, but this part I think is plastic. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is plastic. There was a video from, who was it? Gamers Nexus or somebody? Somebody got to tour a Power Color factory a few months ago, and they saw the Hellhounds being produced. Do you guys remember who that was? Trying to remember who that was. Let's see. Derbauer. Yeah, let me see if I can find the... Hold on, let me find it. I'll get it real quick and then we can look at it.
Most humans could have the entirety of
Hi and welcome back to another video. As you can see,
Hold on, why is it...
Their stories really make for
1080p, here we go. Okay. Derbauer got to tour the Power Color. So, yeah. So, Power Color is good, guys. Like, Power Color is, like, either the second best or the third best manufacturer for AMD GPUs. So, if you're getting the Power Color, don't worry about it. It's a really good card. Before we do this, let me show you real quick my Power Color cards. So, I have the Red Devil. I've got this. And I also have... I have two Power Color cards. I don't have the Hellhound. I've got the... It's an R9 290X, but it's a Power Color PCS Plus. Where is it? Power Color PCS Plus 4 gig. This one? Yeah, I think this one. Why is the color so low res? So, this was my first Power Color graphics card back in 2014. So I've had this card for 9 years, and it still works, and it never had any problems. So this is the first Power Color graphics card that I ever owned. Now, granted, this one was loud because they had small fans. You can see these fans are small. So this card under load would get really loud. Like the fans would run at over 2,000. They would run close to 2,800 RPM. So that is very loud. So I had to run a custom fan curve on this, and the GPU would run at like 80 Celsius, but it was quiet at that point. So I ran that for a number of years. But my second Power Color card is the Red Devil Limited Edition. I don't know. That's a good question about warranty. The warranty might depend on the regional market. So Sapphire might have a 3-year warranty in some countries, but it might only have a 2-year warranty in others. And so it really depends. And Power Color could be the opposite. So it really just depends on where you're located. But I've been using this. So for those that don't know, my very first XTX was a Red Devil limited edition. The one that comes in the big suitcase. The big suitcase is actually behind me, up on top of the bookshelf there. So I did an unboxing video of this. I used this card until March of... Well, let me rephrase it. I used the Red Devil as my primary streaming PC's GPU from December of last year until March of this year, at which point I switched to the Nitro. So the 7900 XTX Nitro, I've been using that since March. I only recently uploaded the unboxing video. Where this GPU is today, this GPU is paired up with an Intel 13900K in a server PC. So that's basically what it's used for now. But never had any issues. It's an excellent card. It's a big hunk of metal. So there's no vapor chamber. As far as I know, it's literally a giant, massive aluminum heatsink is what they use to cool the GPU. So you don't have to worry about faulty vapor chambers or anything like that, because it doesn't have one. And I think the Hellhound's the same. But we have to go back and look at the Devour video.
It's also going to be awesome because we are visiting the Power Color factory. And I had the opportunity...
So I want to skip to the part where
Longer
he...
than expected. He is now removing the GPU
Okay.
from the PCB. I think it took like 3 or 4 minutes. And yeah, he carefully places it down. And
These guys are
afterwards,
doing failure
it's
analysis
moving
testing.
forward. After waiting in this line, it will continue in the next machine.
I want to skip to the part where they show the Hellhounds.
We could not see how the GPU is put onto the front because
This is an excellent video, though. I like when YouTubers make these type of videos.
As you can see, the card is cleaned, and also these tiny pads are applied to the back side. So on the back, you have the screw holes, and around those screw holes to protect the PCB, these like plastic sticker washers are put on the back. After that, you can see, and the cooler is not yet.
All right, check that out right there. There it is. That's the Hellhound right there.
The next step again.
Whoa, 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 Hellhound.
So
You can see it.
she's taking the
You can see the Hellhound logo right there.
card
Right there. See, check that out.
with the pre-applied cooler.
Oh, there's another one. There it is. They put the sticker on the backplate. No, I think these are XTX. These are XTX. I think he literally says it in the video.
On this like belt.
Let me put the thing on
She
here.
puts again the card in the fixture, make sure it sits firmly, and then starts again like
That looks like an XTX.
putting the back plate and
Yeah, these are
all the
XTXs.
screws
You can literally
to fix
see how the
part
XTX is being built.
cooler. Following that, we have another visual inspection to see if everything went well, to see if all the gaps are correct, if all films have been removed that have to be removed, if the cable is in the right place, if all the connectors are in the correct area.
I remember seeing the QR code on my Red Devil.
And then it's time for the GPU to start up for the first time. They're put in these benches.
Now notice they're benching on an Intel platform. So like I said, AMD stuff is tested all the time on Intel platforms, and they work really well with Intel CPUs. It was like this 10 years ago.
Or just pretty much normal benches. They use some risers for easier mounting.
Look at that cheapo heatsink on that Intel i5 or i3 or whatever that is.
And then the card is powered up for the very, very first time.
That's called CPU bottleneck.
Simply to check if it
To the 10th
displays or
degree.
if it shows it.
Hey, what type of monitors are those? BenQ. Look, they got BenQs. They're using BenQ monitors. They're not using some cheap old Dell 4x3 1024 by 768. They have the legitimate high-end 27-inch 4K BenQ.
The display signal. And after this is confirmed, the card continues for testing. After the card woke
Oh yeah, those are definitely XTX. Because the 6800 XT did not have those blue fans.
up for the first
See, look at that. Look at that. They're running Furmark on these. They're running Unigen. They're running Unigen Heaven, and they're running Furmark.
time, 10% of these cards go to
Hold up. Let me see. Let me see. Look at that. Temperature edge, 60 Celsius. Temperature hotspot, 76 Celsius. Fan speed, 1200 RPM. GPU clock, 2574 megahertz. Memory clock, 2487. GPU voltage, 0.8 volts or 898 millivolts. That's very good.
The burn-in test, which is basically...
It says expect 24 hour. This is a 24-hour burn-in test?
Vermark and Unigine Heaven. They record all necessary information in this tool. So, for example, you have the serial number, you have the edge and the hotspot temperature to check if there's any kind of issue. And this test is running for a duration of 24 hours.
Yeah, 24-hour test. So these are stress tests for
So
stability.
only 10% go through the...
This is the reason why I made that rant video. This is one of the reasons why I made that rant video about, which was basically a clip taken from a live stream from like a week ago, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago. Regardless, I made that rant video about how to stop your games from crashing, because most of the time, the GPU from the factory is 100% stable under load. It's only when people go and try to overclock, or more commonly, when people go and undervolt their graphics card, that they then introduce instability. So when their game is crashing, they don't understand, and they start blaming it on drivers when it's really, actually, their unstable overclock. Because these guys are doing 24-hour burn-in tests, so they know if the GPU works or it doesn't from the factory.
Extreme burn-in test for
No, pretty much every GPU is like that.
24 hours, because otherwise you would need
It's like when they build a car and run it on the dyno
so much space.
before they put it on the, you know, the truck.
Still, 100% of the cards are tested. Not for 24 hours, but for a bit over an hour. So they run through different benchmarks. As you can see, some 3D marks are running right now on these cards. This card is already finished and it shows passed. It takes a little bit more than an hour, but they're testing 100%.
No, it sounds like they're selling us used cars.
So that
Cards.
arrival from the factory is kind of impossible. Obviously,
The
there's
cool
always
thing is the
something
tour,
that
it was
can go
allowed to
wrong
film.
during
Yeah,
the
yeah.
presentation,
That is
but at
actually
least in
really
this
good that
state,
people's
they
allowed
can
to do
make
that.
sure that all of them were working. Apart from the testing I just showed you, they also do aging and reliability testing. That's why you have a lot of different and also older models on here.
So these are the older models.
For example, this card has been running since March, and that's simply to see how are the cards affected over time. Like, what does happen? Because obviously when, let's say, AMD launches a new card, there is no experience with this card for how it looks like in 2 years. And that's what they try to replicate here. That's why they put on the cards like very early and see how reliable are they.
See, this is the thing about, like, if someone were to buy a used GPU, typically if you're buying a card from a crypto miner, the card is probably going to be okay. The only thing that you'd have to worry about is really the fan. Because the fan blade, the fan motor dies after a long amount of use. It's a natural thing because it's a moving part. Whereas nothing else on the GPU moves except the fan. So realistically, the only thing that's going to go bad on a well-made GPU is the fan. The VRMs are typically going to last forever. The VRAM is going to last forever. The GPU itself will last forever. The only thing that could possibly damage those parts are long-term overclocks and overvolting, realistically, or just not cooling them and making them overheat all the time. So, really nothing to worry about if you're buying a used GPU. It's just, you got to make sure that the person who had it before maintained it. I honestly think that if you buy a GPU used from a cryptocurrency person or business, that's actually a better deal, or it's a more reliable option than buying one from some gamer who had it in their basement, or they used it 24/7 to play like Halo or Call of Duty, and they had like a cat and a dog, and the fur gets in the case, and the thing's basically choking on dust. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's really like, if you're buying used, nothing really to worry about, and that's kind of what this is trying to test for. It's trying to mimic like a 2-year lifespan, 3-year lifespan, like basically the durability and the reliability for a long-term use and wear and tear.
How do they age over time? After all this effort and testing, the last step that has to be done is the simple packaging. So there is a last inspection that's done with the card to just check if everything is all right. The card is put onto the belt and then just goes
right there. Check out that box. Check out that box. Check out that box. Right there. Right there. Hellhound RX 7900 XTX. It's the flagship right there. Look at all those boxes.
I don't think that's...
Man, look at that long line of boxes for 7900 XTX. Imagine the electricity bill of this whole factory. Oh, yeah. All the Furmark power viruses everywhere. I mean, I knew it just by looking at it. When I first glanced at the GPU, I knew it was the XTX. But there you go. That's how they're made.
Those are going to be a lot of RX 7900 XTX Hellhound cards. So they go in the box, in the ESD packaging right here, and then that's your new 7900 XTX. And that's how...
Hey, he's holding the one that I have. Wait, is that the one that I have?
Personally,
No, I think he's holding an older model. Wait, no, that might be the one. No.
beautiful.
Yeah, the one on the far left.
That is simply not
The one on the far left is the 6900 XT or 6800 XT. And then the one to the left of him is either the XTX Red Devil or the XT Red Devil. And I think he's holding, yeah, he's holding the limited edition. He's holding the one that I have in his hands. The Red Devil limited edition. Because behind him is the packaging stuff that's inside the box with the limited edition.
graphics card is made. And like, this was so insane today because
Yeah.
like, we're like rushing through this factory tour.
They're
trying to
literally
record as
carrying
much as I
thousands of
can,
dollars. Imagine they
and also
drop
give
one.
you the same impression that I had there, because like seeing everything, the processes and the machines and everything was so impressive, and I hope you could also get the same kind of...
Yeah, this was an excellent video. So I like when the larger YouTube channel... Well, Derbauer's channel is not really that big compared to a lot of the mega YouTube channels like Linus and those guys. But that's a really good video. I like that video. They have a huge Red Devil panel on the factory. I think this is at the booth. I don't know where this was at. Oh, this was Computex, because he went there... This was in June, right? 2 months ago? Yeah, this was June. This was when he was in Taiwan for the Computex thing. So, yeah, that's a good power color graphics card, though. Hellhound's good. Red Devil's good. It's a good brand. Honestly, it comes down to aesthetics, which one you think is nicer to look at. I personally like the Nitro. The main reason why I really like the Nitro is because the RGB LED bar is very cool. It's very nice. It's full RGB. You can program it. But the other thing, too, is it has the Radeon logo. I don't know why there aren't more brands of AIBs that that illuminate the logo, like the GeForce or the Radeon branding. I said this in a previous stream, and so many people agreed with me. It was shocking. Like, I literally said that if an AIB partner wants to give themselves an advantage over another AIB partner, all they need to do is put the RGB on the Radeon or the GeForce logo. Last generation, the XFX, the 6000 series from XFX, they had the RX Radeon branding light up. And that was really cool. I don't know why they dropped it with the 7000. That's literally fumbling the ball right there. And they literally handed it to Sapphire, because Sapphire is the only one right now that has a Radeon logo that lights up. What's kind of dumb is AMD's own reference card doesn't light up. Like this thing, this was very disappointing to me, because I was hoping that the Radeon logo would illuminate just like the GeForce logo. Because on the previous 6000 series reference cards, like the 6900 XT, those have an RGB Radeon logo that lights up. I don't know why they just went with the ambient light bar around the center fan. I don't know why they did that. Because they did that, this GPU only really looks good in builds where you mount it vertically on a riser. It doesn't really look as great as the previous generation, at least in my opinion, because when you plug it in the standard way, the Radeon logo doesn't light up. Not only that, but it's at this weird angle where you can barely see it. So that's, talk about, you know, dropping the ball on the reference design. By comparison, the previous generation, we have to go to the 6900 XT. But yeah, see, like this. You plug this into the computer, and you get the Radeon logo, and it lights up, and you can change the color if you want. It's a very good cooler design made by Cooler Master. Sapphire, yeah. The two reasons you got the air-cooled Supreme is the quality of the PCB and cooler, and it was one of the cooler-looking 4090s. Yeah, the Supreme is one of the better-looking 4090s. I still like the Zotac, though. I still like that giant sneaker or that snowboard-looking 4090 Zotac Trinity, if you know what I'm saying. Like, that one I think is still my favorite one of the AIBs. It's hard to find that, though. The problem with Zotac is there's two different ones. There's one that's like $1,700, and there's one that's MSRP. And I would only ever get the MSRP one. Supreme is one of the cards with the vertically mount? Really? No, I don't know. I mean, let's look at the Supreme real quick. It's gonna be MSI Supreme X, this one. Oh yeah, okay, that does look good if it's mounted vertically, because, see, this one is just like AMD's reference card. They went and they put the light bar around the fans. Man, that one's tall, though. Look at that. That thing's 4.5. That's almost 5 slots thick. Or no, I take that back. It's 4 slots thick. It's literally 4. Because it's got 3 fingers, and then the shroud goes up to the top of what would be a 4th finger. It has that machine-finished looking backplate there. You don't need to vertically mount it. But, man, they don't have a picture of how it looks from the side, though. Or at least Tech Power Up doesn't have one. Maybe the regular Supreme? No. Hold up, what does the Asus one look like? This one looks dumb. Look at that. That looks dumb. You know what this looks like? This looks like an apartment complex in the middle of Tokyo. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are the different floors. Look, this is basically what they call a mansion. It's like an apartment complex in Japan. Look at this. You got the first floor. No, you got the ground floor down here with the Republic of Gamers. That's the name of the apartment building. It's called Republic of Gamers. Then you have some elevator thingies, or what, front office entrances. Then you've got the second floor, the third floor, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. This thing's got 9 floors, and then you go up to the roof. This is an apartment complex, guys. This is not a graphics card.
Personally, I think the idea of things staying.
No one wants red, blue showing. No, you know what I think of when I see the color? This is basically Captain America. This is Captain America's shield turned into a cinder block. Man, all the Asus hate. I don't really have a problem with Asus. I feel like this stream turned into like a Asus hate stream. Republic of Gamers. From this angle, though, you gotta admit, this looks like an apartment building. That literally looks like an apartment building in a city. The Asus one looks worse. Yeah, the Asus one is kind of awkward. All the lights are on one end of the card.
Lives chronicled in but a few short lines.
They have some. They actually had a pro art. There's really a pro art. Graphics card? No, there's not. You mean the tough? Hold on, I want to see like the Zotac. Where's my Zotac Trinity? Now that's what I'm talking about. Check that out. Look, that is a Zotac Trinity. This looks like a snowboard. That's a snowboard or a sneaker. The bottom of a sneaker right there. That's how you make a graphics card. 4080 only and lower. Wait, what? Oh, the
anyone seems to be writing about these days.
oh, the pro art is. Why is there no
Goodness knows
4090
what
pro?
they
What?
find so disappointing about their
That looks
design.
ugly to you? It looks like a shoe. Because see, the thing is, this looks rounded off. That looks good right there. Well, this thing right here could be better. Man, this is like a secret technique. Secret technique for the marketing and the design team at these companies. Next time you guys make a graphics card, make your GeForce logo, GeForce RTX light up instead of your gamer whatever stuff that no one really cares about. Like, seriously. Like, real talk. Like, for real. Like, do that. Do that, and you'll sell, like, 10x more than your competitor. I guarantee it. The PNY is actually pretty good. PNY, like, if the PNYs usually come in stock at Best Buy, like, a lot. Like, just the other day, like, literally the day that I bought my 4090, or no, the day that I went to go pick up my 4090 from Best Buy, the Founders Edition card, like, they literally had this exact card in the store. Like, you could literally walk in to the store and just get the PNY. PNY is actually really good. PNY is good. They're like one of the best ones. PNY, if I was going to buy an NVIDIA, I would get PNY or a Zotac. They have one of the worst PCBs, along with the Ventus. Well, yeah, if you're talking about, like, the lowest end model. But the reason why PNY is super good is because PNY is the one that makes all of the professional cards. Like, a lot of people don't know that. PNY is actually the exclusive NVIDIA partner that manufactures all the professional cards for NVIDIA. Like, they're the only one that actually does it. And it was always that way. A lot of people tend to think it was EVGA. No, EVGA never had that level of partnership with NVIDIA. It was always PNY. So, they're the ones that I trust. Like, if I was going to buy an NVIDIA AIB, it's either going to be them or it's going to be Zotac for the looks. But that's just me. Everybody has their own personal preferences. I still think that this is the best design. Like, otherwise I would not have bought it, right? Like, I still think that this is the best design. Like, to me, the Founders Edition looks like an Apple product. Like, the people at NVIDIA know what they're doing. The other thing is, NVIDIA's design team had a much longer amount of time to evaluate the card's characteristics, or the GPU's characteristics, compared to the partners. And that's the reason why, like, you can't really go wrong with the Founders Edition card. Not only does it look really good, which is like a really, really major point in terms of choosing a graphics card, but you understand that the engineers that worked on it, they had way more time with the hardware than the others that were making their AIB cards. So they had a lot more time to refine and basically do a lot of in-depth deep dive on understanding what they need to do to make a good cooler. Check the gain word Phantom. Okay, this doesn't sell in the US unless Newegg has these. So I don't really know anything about these. Okay, that looks good. That looks really good. If this GeForce RTX logo actually lights up, this is my top pick. This looks better than the PNY slightly, and it looks better than the Zotac. So, do they show, like, the thickness of it? Yep, it's a 4 slot, just like the Supreme. Although, why is the third finger, like, missing right there, even though they actually have the bracket? That's weird. It has the flow-through, so it's got the short PCB. Yeah, this one actually looks pretty good. It has the brace all the way on the third finger slot, but it's missing the third finger. That's the biggest facepalm right there. That's the... Why? What are they doing? Like, where's that third finger for the support there? It's going to sag. Wait, this lights up? For real? The GeForce RTX lights up? Not just the Phantom? Man, okay, this is good. This is automatically, like, in the top 5. This is automatically in the top 5. All you gotta do is make your GeForce RTX logo light up, and you're automatically in the top 5. You literally cut over, like, all the others, like the Strix and all those other losers that don't know what they're doing. So, man, okay. So, that one lights up. Is there anyone else that lights up? Does the Dell light up? No. Dell. Where's the HP one? HP RTX OEM. How come they don't have pictures of those? Inno 3D? No. Fail.
Personally, I think
Chill RTX?
staying the same forever is quite beautiful.
That doesn't look like it lights up. That looks like everything else but the thing that matters lights up. So that's a big fail. The Dell is a... What's KFA 2? What is this? KFA 2. This looks like another ripoff of that gain word. Does this light up? This looks like an OEM. This looks like it has no lights. This literally has no lights. This is like you just want to plug in the graphics card. No one knows what it is because it's in like a dark room and it has no lights. It's just there. Oh, Matt just posted a picture of the Supreme. So the Supreme... But does the logo... I can't see the logo... Okay, I can see the wording... The cable's, like, covering up a lot of the lighting, though, in that picture. The Dell is a cartoon card. Yeah, I want to go back to that real quick. Where's that Dell? Hold on, they have 2 of them. Yeah. Dell 4090 with the blower style. It's a 2D card. Yeah. Colorful tomahawk. Man, what's with all the, like, Native American, like, the tomahawk? You know, like, where's the Comanche and the Cheyenne? The Apache. That's one really brightly painted silver I.O. bracket on there. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Really? Okay, the one that I'm the most impressed with... Oh, what's this EVGA prototype? I think I remember Gamers Nexus got their hands on this thing. Hey, EVGA was gonna do the 16 pin on the front of the card. Or on the, like, the end of it. That's actually the right way to do it. I don't know why nobody thought of doing that.
Traveling to other worlds is
This is a shoebox? This is a shoebox? Oh, this is a shoebox? EVGA Next Gen graphics. This backplate looks almost exactly like the one on the 30 series. But that's okay, because it was a prototype. Can you imagine if there's actually a couple of these that actually work? They just don't have any kind of VBIOS update. Galax. Galax Metal Master. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, the Supreme, where it lights up. Okay, yeah. See, that's good, but man, why do they not light up the GeForce logo? I can see the GeForce logo with the ambient lighting around it, but it's one of those things. I really feel like if they made just the GeForce RTX logo, or they can keep the Supreme and the MSI logo lit, that's fine. But what is up with like nobody wanting to illuminate the GeForce logo? Sounds like the nickname for a Yu-Gi-Oh character. Metal Master. Of course, there's the Oris. The Oris Master. The Oris Master actually looks pretty good. The even from the side, it looks okay. Like, this one looks okay. I don't know about this thing right here, with this, like, cartoon character right here. This looks like some kind of mini War Greymon from, like, Digimon or something. I don't know if that's really meant to be there. If it is, that's really strange. But the card, from at least the front of the card, or the top of the card, actually looks really good. I do like the Gigabyte Oris Master. The only thing about it is, do you guys see how tall this thing is? Look at the finger, or like the bracket ends literally right here where the mouse is. That means almost a third of the GPU extends toward the side panel of the case. So if you don't have a really tall... Look at that!
Humans could have the entirety of their eating
Do you guys see like how outrageous this looks? Do you know what this made me think of? This made me think of the sarcophagus at Chernobyl. Like you have the reactor facility building, which is basically where the display ports are. Then you have the giant sarcophagus on top of it in black right here. Man, what is up with what is up with these designs? The backplate is half the size of the GPU. They have the flow through, but why is it so tall? The Z height on this thing is insane. But the Oris Master does look good. It looks like the sarcophagus at Chernobyl, but from this viewpoint at least. But it does look pretty good. They went with a... Yeah, it's basically a reference card, except they added more phases. There's more phases than the reference. So in theory, this could overclock faster. But, you know, these GPUs are already pushing like 400 watts plus overclocked out of the factory. So it's one of those things where it's like, not really an overclocker's dream, but it already runs really fast. So you might as well just throw extra phases on there to differentiate the product from the reference. But I like the way this one looks. This one does look good. But again, nobody wants to make the GeForce logo light up. I don't understand why. They really needed to do that. Like, same thing with the Radeon. Like, Sapphire did it. XFX did it last generation. I think, like, all of them should have done it this time around. I was a little disappointed that the Red Devil didn't have the Radeon logo lighting up, even though it actually has the Radeon logo on it. It just doesn't light up. Just like all these other cards, these NVIDIA cards. So that's really disappointing.
I think the idea of things staying the same.
What's this Lenovo? Oh, it's another one of these.
But alas, that is
What's
simply not
this?
the way the world works.
Whoa, somebody put like an Italian, like fancy Lamborghini branding right here. The Manly, this is the, get this. This one's called the Manly RTX 4090 Gallardo. Like, whoa, what? They're using Italian words, and they're calling this thing manly. This is a manly graphics card, you know what I'm saying? This is a man's GPU. This is not a woman's GPU, or a girl's GPU, or a boy's GPU. No, this is a man's GPU. It's manly. You gotta admit, this one's good, because it's a manly GPU. Look at that. It even has levelers built in. It's got levelers built in. That means it'll tell you if it's sagging. It even tells you if it's sagging. You gotta get those arms like ripped. You gotta get those arms ripped. You can't have that saggy skin. You gotta be manly. Maximus 10. Maximus X. Why does it have a battery symbol? What's up with this battery symbol? Is this a laptop GPU? Like, what's that about? I don't understand that. Triple finger, they did it right. You go big or you go home. GeForce RTX, it's okay. I don't know what this green, yellowish backplate is about, but it's an interesting theme. I'll give it that. I like how they purposely block the airflow from one of these fans. I have no idea what this is. I've never heard of this before. Apparently, Nvidia has a lot of AIBs that I've never even heard of. There's a lot of MSI. Here's the gaming trio. That looks okay. There's a rather strange cutout here, whatever this is supposed to be.
Personally, I think the idea of things staying the same forever is quite...
But MSI likes to go with these full-sized PCBs. They don't typically go for the shorthand one, which is a little strange, although it does overhang. So it's like it's longer than the standard one, but it's slightly short still, so you still have some airflow right here because they went with this super long cooler. Check the Aorus gaming box. The Gigabyte Aorus gaming box. Oh, this. Yeah, this one's, you know, not a whole lot to say about this one. They messed up because the GeForce RTX logo doesn't light up. Definitely the best design. I mean, where's my GeForce RTX logo? That's the only thing I'm thinking. Like, what is this? Side? Okay. Yeah, whoa, that's interesting. So it's got the thing in there, and then, yeah. It's got a power supply built in. It's got LAN, it's got Thunderbolt. Okay. Interesting. WindForce version 2. This is the one that has no lights. See, the thing is with Gigabyte, one thing I learned about Gigabyte is they took the
Personally, I think the idea
they
of
took
staying the same forever
the
is
criticism of too much Christmas lights
but alas, that's
too seriously, because Gigabyte, if you guys remember a few years ago, Gigabyte was the one that was being stereotyped for having the most RGB on their motherboards and their, well, I don't know about the GPUs, but they were known for having the most lights, the most LEDs, RGB, on their motherboards. So when reviewers started criticizing them for that, you know what they ended up doing? They took the exact extreme opposite and started selling motherboards like this, which literally have no RGB on them. So now you have to get a Gigabyte motherboard that literally has no RGB. And even if we're talking about the Master only has, you know, RGB on the shroud. There's no more lights on the side. There's no more lights on the back. There's no lights down here on the South Bridge or the chipset. So Gigabyte took it to the extreme. They took it the wrong way. They're like, okay, we're not going to give you any lights anymore. You don't like lights? Here's a GPU that has no lights. Gigabyte makes some of the worst GPUs. Really? I mean, the Aorus Master looks good. The gaming box looks good. What about Aero OC? Okay, this one. Again, another missed opportunity. They have the Aero LED lighting up, but who cares about that? Like, why is the GeForce RTX not lighting up? The Gigabyte logo itself doesn't need to light up, but at least make the GeForce one light up. See, I don't understand. Like, the priorities are all wrong. Like, these guys, these people who design these AIB cards, they clearly don't have anybody in their company that thinks the way Steve Jobs thinks. Because if Steve Jobs was still alive today, if he was looking at these GPUs, he would tear them apart. Like, he would criticize them so badly that these companies would, their CEOs would have a heart attack and they would go out of business overnight. Like, real talk. Like, these guys do not know how to prioritize their brand. They're literally given the GeForce RTX logo and they don't do anything with it that actually matters. Instead, they put a tiny little Pokemon, a War Greymon action figure thingy down here in the bottom right, and they light that thing up. Okay, because that really matters. Yeah, cool. He would make the cartoon card a reality? Yeah, probably. I mean, let's see, this water block one. See, the water block one actually looks really good. But that's because it's just a water block. It does what it does. So I mean, there are so many of these. I can't believe how many there are. Palette. Let's look at palette. Oh, here's the one with the weird, like, yeah. Yeah, this is the one that looks like jewelry or something. I don't know what this is supposed to be. I remember this, man, every time I see the palette thing, I think of Steve from Gamers Nexus when he did that funny video about all the AIB, the marketing, all the marketing from the AIBs for the 4090 before it launched. Remember the stuff about having dark power and infinite power and unlimited power and all that weird stuff? The dark rock, the game rock, like these are all those sort of weird meme GPUs. The manly GPU, all these random things. The Apocalypse OC. I've never even heard of this one. Apparently Zotac has one called the Apocalypse. And it literally has fans on the back. Whoa, this would have been nice to have on the 3090, which actually had RAM on the back. That is bizarre. That is bizarre. See, this is the reason why Zotac is one of the best AIBs. They think of everything. These guys thought of fans on the back of the GPU. That's awesome. I don't know. I don't care how impractical that is. First of all, with all the lights turned off, this GPU actually looks pretty good. But man, you look at the back of this thing, and this thing looks like Gamer Wazoo with the RGB. It looks like a robot. Oh, yeah, it looks like the head of a robot. The PCIe oh no, the top thing that overhangs here is the neck of the robot. Yeah, I see it. That's funny. This thing is hilarious, though. Man, I've never even heard of this. Apparently, this thing is a thing.
But alas, that is simply not the way the world works.
Christmas tree GPU. Wow. Okay, that. What's funny is they all have around 25, 50 on average. Some of them go to 2600, but on average, most of them are like 2500 megahertz. So, yeah, that's pretty much it for the 4090s. I know we've looked at the AMD ones in the past, but it's basically the same deal. I mean, it's not. I would say the Nvidia ones, because they have like all these random ones that sell, I guess, in the Chinese market. They have the most outrageous stuff. Like, the AMD one has like this. The AMD has this. I think Gamers Nexus, didn't they review this card? The Yeston. Whoa. What's up with this? Is there like an acrylic thing there? That means the fan can't. How did they do that? Check the Yeston. Yeah.
I think the idea of things staying the same.
But see, here's the thing though, like this actually does appeal to the gamer girl audience. So it's kind of interesting to have something that's kind of off the beaten path, kind of design-wise. Because I read in the comments of Gamers Nexus video, there were some girls that were commenting saying like, hey Steve, hold on a second. Yeah, you know, there are girls out there that play games too, and they actually like the look of this card. So, I feel like this would be nicer if they had a more cohesive, symmetrical design. I feel like there's just too much going on here, pattern-wise. But that's actually an interesting card. XFX kind of dumbed down their Merc. I think the previous one was better looking. This is too understated now, and the Radeon logo doesn't light up anymore. Gigabyte Aorus Elite,
To other worlds is
the
all
the
that anyone
XTX
seems to be
Elite.
writing
So they don't have an Aorus Master, but they do have an Elite. Now, it's still just as outrageously large. The only difference is the Z height is not as insanely tall. So this one technically is probably easier to fit in the case, and this also uses triple 8-pin. So, I don't know. The Gigabyte cards, a lot of people say so many bad things about Gigabyte graphics cards. Is it really true? I mean, I've never owned a Gigabyte graphics card, so I can't comment on it. I'm not going to agree blindly with what other people say unless I myself have had hands-on experience with that graphics card. So I'm not gonna criticize Gigabyte on graphics cards because I've never owned a Gigabyte graphics card, so I can't say anything bad about them, nor can I say anything good about them. But I've heard a lot of people complain about them, though. These do look good, though. They're Elite, the AMD Elite, and the NVIDIA Master. Those both look really good. What's this? Akuro Toshiko? This just looks like a ripoff of the AMD reference card. What is that? Some Naruto stuff? Like, what's going on there? Too many requests. Okay, well, the XFX card looks like an 80s boxy car.
I think the idea of things staying
Check the
same
party
way
animal,
is
7600. I think we already looked at that one a long time ago.
But alas, that is simply not the way the world
I
works.
still think that out of all the AMD cards, my favorite one is the Nitro. Like, the Nitro is my favorite one, and then for the NVIDIA one, the Founders Edition is my favorite one. Like, this one is my top pick for the NVIDIA ones, and then for the AMD ones, it's the... Oh, wow. Too many requests. Anyway. We can go to it from here, I guess. Yeah, the Nitro one's my favorite one. Like, this one's the best one. I like the light bar. And I like the... It's basically silent all the time. It's super quiet. The hotspot is only like 70 degrees or something. The memory, the GDDR6 memory also runs really cool. You can tell by looking at it, it's a 4-slot cooler, so it's just as big as like the Supreme X4090. I don't know if it's as long as the Supreme, but it is definitely as thick as the Supreme, and it's super heavy. So, this is the one that I would get. I mean, well, I would get. I already have it, so it's like, I can vouch for this card being top tier good. So, that's the one that I'd recommend. If someone's in the market for like an AMD card, and they want to get the highest end card out of the box, and they don't care about like tweaking it, Sapphire Nitro is really good. Like, this is probably the best one. The second, if I had to choose a second best one, it's going to be between the Red Devil from Power Color or the... I don't know, because I do think that the Tai Chi from ASRock is also really good.
Goodness knows what they find
I have
disappointing
not...
about their own world.
I have not owned this card, but I know people that have this card, and they have told me that they like it. I know some people that have the Tai Chi XTX, and they're satisfied with it. There's two people that I know that have this exact graphics card, and they like it. So that one's really good. I don't know if that would be my second choice, though, because I'm not super experienced with ASRock. I have like one low-end or mid-range or entry-level 7600 from ASRock. That's the only ASRock card that I have. So, but I would say that the Merc is a good one. There was a revision to this, though. So the backplate was changed. So the older design had this silver backplate. The newer one has a black backplate. So that's something to keep in mind. But this one is a decent one. It comes with a large, really good support bracket. Although the Sapphire does come with a support bracket as well, so. But yeah, either the Nitro, the Red Devil, or the XFX Merc or the ASRock Taichi. Those are like the 4 main ones that I would pay attention to, or I would research online if I was thinking of getting an XTX. I mean, I've already reviewed the Red Devil, and I thought it was a really good card. It's very quiet. It's very well behaved. It has dual BIOS. You know, it has the triple display port and the one HDMI 2.1. The one thing I didn't like about the Sapphire Nitro is the 2 HDMI. ASRock and XFX both do triple display and single HDMI. I think that's the better configuration. The Merc is the longest one. Yeah, it is actually really, really long. This one's super long because and it takes up like 4 slots with the support brace. But it's easier to get. Like, if you're trying to buy one of these, I mean, unless you're buying off of Newegg typically you can get whatever you want. But from my experience, if you want to buy it in person, the easiest one to purchase if you don't live near a micro center is actually XFX, because Best Buy sells the XFX one. So it's actually pretty easy to get an XFX 700 XTX, because Best Buy is kind of all over the place, at least in North America, so it's pretty easy to get if you're in North America. And this one's actually under $1,000, and it comes with Starfield Premium. It's slanted. Yeah, that means that the lower end of it will be slightly longer than the top of it. It's got some flow-through design there. Yeah, I think the revised one with the newer backplate is a lot better looking, though. This one has this weird, like, cheese grater design. A lot of people criticize that. I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. They could have done something different, but I don't know if they're going for, like, more surface area for heat dissipation. If they've got thermal pads on the back, this would actually perform better than a flat backplate. But I don't know if they're actually using it for active cooling or passive cooling. But this is a decent card, though. Pretty much all the flagship Radeon XTX cards are good. Like, you're not really going to go wrong with any of them. They're all properly equipped. Even the Asus TUF is properly equipped. The Hellhound's also really good. The Phantom Gaming, I don't know anything about that one. I would assume it's okay. And then Gigabyte, I don't know. The one that I would avoid is the MSI. For this round, because what MSI did is they cheaped out. They basically took a 6900 XT cooler and they just literally just dropped it on top of an XTX. So that's called being lazy, and you can see it's only triple slot, although it does have some Z height there, but it's small. It has 2 fingers, meaning it's not going to perform well. It does have a decent support bracket, but then keep in mind that's going to increase the amount of slots that it requires. So I don't really like this one. It's that they cheaped out, and they're getting away by calling it the Classic. Gaming Trio Classic. Like Classic WoW. Just because they were cheap and they didn't want to do a proper new design for AMD. So that's like, no, you guys do that? Okay, well, you're not on the shopping list. The Gigabyte one? Is the Gigabyte one really that bad, though? The Gigabyte OC. This one? This is the Gigabyte Gaming. This one looks... That's an interesting backplate, but everything else about this card looks very generic. I mean, it looks okay. It's like a understated design, almost OEM and generic, like it goes in a Dell. I don't know why everyone says Gigabyte's so bad, though. Like, what did Gigabyte do to be so bad? The Liquid Devil is too much money. This thing is, like, more than the 4090 Founders Edition. Oh, here's the Aorus. Notice how it's refurbished. Apparently, these are selling out because you can't buy them new, which means people are still buying Gigabyte over these other ones. You're glad you got 100% on both my 2 playthroughs Hogwarts, so I ended up deleted the game? What? Why would you delete the game? You played as Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff? Why would you delete the game, though? I mean, I guess you can always reinstall it, so whatever. They rejected RMA claims after the cracked PCBs on the 3090 and the 3080. Is that really the only reason, though? Because I feel like the hatred toward Gigabyte GPUs goes back further than that. Because I've been hearing people complain about Gigabyte well before the 30 series even existed. But I never understood it because I never owned a Gigabyte graphics card. Now, I know somebody that had a Gigabyte WindForce GTX 970. And he had that graphics card for a very long time. He went from that to a Sapphire Nitro 6900 XT. So he was on a 970 all the way from 2014 up until like Christmas time last year. Around the Black Friday deal, that was when he pulled the trigger and got the 6900 XT on sale. So that's a massive upgrade. And he's playing on a 1440p 144Hz monitor. So that's a huge upgrade. But the point is, he had a Gigabyte WindForce for what? 8 years almost? Pretty much 8 years. Yeah, 8 years. He had a Gigabyte 970 for 8 years, and he never had any problems with it. So when I think about that, I wonder, where is all the hatred for Gigabyte coming from? Because, I mean, that card served him for 8 years and never had any problems. And it was literally the 3.5 plus 512. You know, that graphics card, the infamous GTX 970 with the class action lawsuit. Like, it was that card, too, on top of the fact that it was a Gigabyte version of it. Third-party seller for that power color? Oh, oh, yeah, the water block one? Oh, RK, I think RK Benchmarker went to sleep, or left the stream to go to sleep, but RK has this. He went and got one of these, so he's gonna test it and tell me like how this does. How well does an overclocked, liquid-cooled, overclocked to the max 700 XTX do? Because he's gonna be testing this out for me. I don't know if I'm gonna do a video, because obviously I don't have the card. But I mean, if he gives me some results, I can probably make a video about it, based off of his results. So we'll see what that ends up doing, because he's going to have to run that in a full custom loop. So that'll be an interesting thing to see. So he picked that up. So what's funny is he went and got this from Micro Center, and I went to Best Buy, and as you guys know, I got the 4090 Founders Edition. So it's like, let's see, who will win? A Max OC 700 XTX overclocked to the max on liquid versus a stock 4090 Founders Edition, because I'm not going to do any overclocking on this card. It's going to stay stock forever. No undervolting, no overclocking, nothing. It's going to stay stock forever. I mean, the intention of buying it was really for like AI and production stuff. I'm not really going to use it for gaming. But he was curious because I ended up getting one. I know Met has the Supreme, which will probably do better than my Founders Edition. So if we want to look at overclocking stuff, maybe Met can do like some tests or benchmark runs or whatever, and give us some results on that and see how that compares. But I plan to run my 4090 with a 7950X3D, as you guys already know. It's only going to ever run with this CPU. Until I upgrade to another AM5 CPU in the future. But it's going to be sticking with AMD Ryzen, and we'll see how that compares to what he's running with this Aqua XTX. He's going to be running this thing just so you guys know the system that he's going to run the test with, this is going to be paired up with a max OC, max tuned 7800 X3D. So 7800 X3D, max tuned, max OC, max undervolt, etc., whatever, all that curve optimizer stuff, plus this thing, max OC, max tuned, liquid cooled, versus my stock 7950 X3D, plus my stock Founders Edition 4090, and we'll see like how that does. That'll be an interesting comparison. So basically, max OC stuff, that's quite a bit cheaper, because if you look at the platform costs for him, he spent what, like $1,300 on this. Actually, no, he got it at Micro Center, so it might even be cheaper at Micro Center. Let me see. Let's actually see like how much this is at Micro Center. Okay, never mind. He probably paid the same amount of money, or he price matched it to Newegg. But we'll see. So I spent $1,600 on the 4090. He spent $1,350 or so on the Liquid XTX, and then he spent the 7800 X3D. This is actually a pretty good price right now. Wow. So $380 for the X3D, the 7800 X3D. This is pretty much the fastest gaming CPU right now. So that versus what I have, which is this one, which is quite a bit more money. So we'll see. So the super expensive stuff at stock versus the cheaper stuff at like max OC. Let's see who wins. I think it's going to depend on the application, the game. The XTX Gigabyte costs more than the XFX model. Really? Where's the, well, I mean, they don't even have that one. Are you talking about that? Wait. Oh, 1,000? Versus the, yeah, the XFX is a better deal. I'd get that. I mean, just, the Gigabyte one is just, it has no lights. You already flashed the 600 watt VBIOS on the 4090. Oh, I heard you were having a problem with that, like getting that to flash on there. Or somebody had a problem. Either you or RK. RK had a problem or you had a problem. I think it was, weren't you having a problem where it wouldn't flash? His would flash because his was the older one. Like he bought his like months ago or something. I forgot what the story was. He was trying to explain that to me. Like you were trying to flash the 600 watt VBIOS or something like that on the 4090 and it was not working. Yeah. Yeah, I'm never going to bother doing any of that because the 4090 that I have is the Founders Edition, and the problem with the Founders Edition is there's a major problem with this GPU. Well, the problem with it is it doesn't have dual BIOS. NVIDIA, in all their infinite wisdom, sells a really nice reference card without dual BIOS. So I will never attempt to flash a VBIOS that is not meant for that card unless it has dual BIOS. So it's like, I'm never going to do anything. That card is basically, like I said, it's going to spend its entire existence at stock configuration. Wait, it doesn't have dual BIOS? Really? I thought almost all the AIB cards had dual BIOS. Man, that's living life on the edge. I would not have done that. I don't know. That's dual BIOS DLC coming later. Yeah. That's the thing, though. Like, the AMD reference cards used to have dual BIOS, and I used to really like that about the AMD reference cards. After the Vega 64, they stopped doing dual BIOS, because Vega 64 had dual BIOS on the reference card. So you could flash, like, random VBIOSes on there that could get it to run faster. Do you have a dual BIOS? Wait. Oh, yeah. Okay. Right, that's the reason why I will never change the BIOS on the Founders Edition. Could you give the TLDR of why undervolting is bad and resulting in crashing? I know you can just get it stable. The reason why is because most people most people don't stability test.
Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone
That's the
seems to be
reality.
writing about these days.
The average person, and the thing is, it's very hard to test for stability because one game could act very different from another game. Or one game or one application, doesn't even have to be a game. They can act very differently from each other. So one may appear to be stable, but another one, it's not stable. So the voltage changes can happen at the sub-millisecond levels, in some cases microsecond levels, which can cause instability to show up if the application is very bursty in terms of its voltage changes. So that, and a lot of people don't fully test their GPUs, and in most cases, it's not that they don't attempt to stability test, it's that they just don't know how to stability test. They don't know the amount of variety of things they need to use to stability test. And so they'll do a few things. They'll usually run like Unigine Heaven, Unigine Valley. One is for the core, one is for the VRAM. And then they will test probably some random game or some canned benchmark or on-rails benchmark, like Shadow of the Tomb Raider benchmark or something. And they'll assume that it's stable. And then they go and fire up Call of Duty or Counter-Strike or Fortnite or something, get in a multiplayer game where it's extremely variable in terms of the frame time, because all the players and all the NPCs and everything in those games, they cause the CPU to issue interrupts and all this stuff, and that will change the voltage on the GPU dynamically, and then you end up with instability. You know? So that's the reason why I don't really like undervolting, because it's hard to test for stability, for 100% stability. It's relatively easy to get 85, 90% stability. But it's really hard to get 100% stability. So it's very, very hard for a undervolted GPU to match a stock configuration GPU. It's one of those things where it's like, you got to think about it like this. If you're having to bet against somebody for like, you either have to pay up $1 million or you get $1 million. And if you're betting on an undervolted card being stable and the other person is betting on the stock card being stable, who do you think has the advantage in that bet? Because if I were a betting man, I'm betting on stock being stable any day of the week over some random person who claims that their undervolt is stable. And then you test them side by side in a bunch of games for 24 hours. You cycle them and all this stuff, and then you see what happens. Because you'll get people who will test like the most generic stuff, and then you'll get people like me who will test the most random things. Like Forspoken. I'll test Forspoken. I'll test Final Fantasy XIV. Not the benchmark. I'll actually log in and get in the game and start going to cities and going out in the field and uncap the FPS and start watching it jump all over the place. Because that game would cause my 3090 Ti to, like, the fans would ramp up so loud and then go so quiet and then go so loud all the time. I would watch the clock speed, like, fluctuate all over the place on that GPU, because it's a high wattage 450 watt GPU, and you're dropping down to like 80 FPS in the city, then you're jumping up to like 200 plus out in the field. So it's going all over the place. So we'll see, like, is an undervolt going to be able to handle that? Maybe. I mean, if you only play a few games, then it's easier for stability. Well, that's the thing. Like, stability in what? In like a walled garden? Or stability in everything? I always want stability in everything. So I only settle for stability in 100%. So, whoops. And I just knocked the camera over because on the floor. Anyway. But that's the reason why I don't really like undervolting. I don't have a problem with overclocking, because overclocking, if it's not going to be stable, it'll tell you pretty quick if it's unstable. But undervolting is a mixed bag, because undervolting can appear to be stable, and then it ends up not being stable in certain games. So it just really depends. So I would test like all kinds of weird stuff. I would test stuff like ease 9. I would test the The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel, you know, weird stuff that uses the Fire engine, things that use not just Unreal. I would test Unreal. And then a bunch of other random engines. That's the reason why when I do my reviews on graphics cards, I do a wide, like, I don't like to test a bunch of games that are all UE4. I like to get a mixed bag, like Crystal Tools, UE4, Unity, some proprietary engine, like From Software's engine. You know, all this random stuff, because that will really put the GPU to the test in terms of stability. Why there's no factory undervolted cards? Because it's much harder to test for stability compared to overclocking. Like I said, it's easier to raise power limit and achieve a higher boost clock dynamically than it is to try to lower the operating voltage below the recommended specification from the manufacturer. In this case, AMD if it's Radeon, or NVIDIA if it's GeForce. And Sid just brought up a really good point. The other thing, too, that I didn't even mention is the silicon lottery. The variance in the manufacturing of the chip from TSMC has a massive influence on what an accurate target undervolt can be from one card to another. So it's too hard. It's just too challenging to account for a lot of those things. So, and that's the reason why I don't like undervolting. So that's why I don't do undervolting. If I undervolted, it would typically take me about 3 weeks to stability test and come to the conclusion that it's 100% stable or not. Because I would have to devote a lot of time and hours to a lot of different games and a lot of different productivity apps, like rendering videos with Max CUDA or rendering videos with Max OpenCL. So it's a lot of work. And a lot of people don't have the time to spend doing that, and that's the reason why you end up with, you know, undervolted cards that end up being unstable, and then people are ignorant to the fact that it's unstable, so what they'll do is they'll get on Reddit, and they'll complain that it's some driver issue, when in fact it's not a driver issue. Then they'll open a ticket with the manufacturer, let's say it's a Gigabyte card, or an Asus card, or whatever, and they complain that the game's crashing, and they just bought this graphics card a month ago, having all these problems, and then the manufacturer asks them for the log files. They can't figure out what's wrong because it seems okay. So anyway, that's a good stopping point. I think I covered that in depth, so I don't need to go into that any further. But I appreciate the question, because it was a good question that I think needed a little bit more clarity. Because I feel like some people that watched my YouTube clip probably took some of that out of context because they didn't watch the full live stream that clip is based off of. So anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this stream. I will probably be doing some AI videos. Like, I'll probably show a video on, Stable Diffusion. But I do want to get, like, a video showing the monitor, the 4K monitor that I got, because I really think this monitor is a really good option for those that are thinking of going 4K. So that's probably going to be one of the next videos coming up soon. So that being said, hope you guys enjoyed the video. It was fun talking with everybody, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Thanks.